Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to No More News. I am your host, Adam Green. Thank you all for joining me today, Monday, September 15th, 2025. So much material to cover today. A lot of stuff happened, obviously, with Charlie Kirk last week and over the weekend. No joke, I think I probably have more links and tabs and clips to play than I ever have prepared on a show. It's going to be a monster stream, only made possible thanks to you guys and your support. We're going to get into tons of stuff, all the Charlie Kirk stuff. Going to be huge. Let's get right into it. Another day in ZIoWorld. First, we have Secretary of State Marco Rubio with Ambassador to Israel Mike Huckabee, with Netanyahu praying at the wall in Israel. Chat link in the description below. In the live chat, we're streaming on Odyssey and Rumble. It's always the same exact rabbi. Is he like the rabbi of the wall? Record stop. Let me explain how I got here. Nice kippah there, Rubio. Praying for your Jewish God. Nothing they hate more than Christians, right? These two Christians here. Stuff it in there good. The Shekinah's anus. Don't worry, they'll have the guy sweep them up later on when they close. So spiritual. Is Rubio going to have any photo ops at any Christian sites? Well, they consider this a Christian site. It is a Christian site anyway. Jesus worshipped at the temple.
Please, let the women also take pictures.
Let the women take pictures. Come on, stop being... Signing a book. Pledging their souls to Zion, pledging their souls to Israel. Okay, Marco Rubio at the Wailing Wall with their kippahs. Another day in Zion. We have some big event going on also right now. It's called the 50 States One Israel Conference. And it is cringe as hell. Listen to this. Their Noahide rainbow. Follow your Noahide rainbow. Okay, we can't do any more of that. Here's Netanyahu saying, which almost seems like an ominous threat, saying, hey, your cell phone's in your pockets. Like, remember the pagers we blew up in Hezbollah? You got cell phones in your pocket? Well, you better thank a Jew, Netanyahu.
I just said this in another meeting, and they said, oh, Israel is isolated. Israel can't break out of the siege. No, I said, we will. Some of them have stopped weapon component shipments. Can we get out of this? Yes, we can. We're pretty good at producing weapons.
Somewhere over the Noahide rainbow.
We share both with the United States. A good chunk of your intel.
Your intel.
Alabama Omen sent $5 rubber baby buggy bumpers.
Why are you saying that? Is that a tongue twister or a song? I've heard that before. Why? Why?
We share with the United States. We're tremendously appreciative of the bipartisan support in military matters to Israel in previous years.
Military matters.
Today as well. But do you have cell phones? You have cell phones here? No? You're holding...
Everybody's like, no, cell phone, what's that? Never heard of that. Tell us, Ashkenazi IQ. Hey, does anybody in the crowd have a cell phone? No, I'd still have a landline. What's a cell phone? What kind of question is that? Hey, you better thank some Jews for your cell phones, Goy.
Piece of Israel right there. You know that? I mean,
a piece of Israel.
The cell phones, the medicines, the foods. You eat cherry tomatoes? You know where that was made?
Cherry tomatoes? Hey, Cherry tomatoes, Jews. Imagine thinking we wouldn't have tomatoes and small cherry tomatoes without Jews.
I don't like cherry tomatoes, but it's an Israeli. What can I do? It's an Israeli product, as are so many other things.
An Israeli product.
And I think this serves for the betterment of all men.
Anybody in the a good one, Jake Holiday? Hey, any of you goy in the crowd, you have a pager? You got a pager in your pocket? Yeah, well, we will blow them up if you turn against us.
And womankind. I think that is Israel's unknown contribution, but we can...
Unknown. Oh, my God. I love Jews now. Cherry tomatoes, my favorite. Thanks, Jews. This is so funny.
We can produce things. We cherish the fact that we have the constancy of American support despite the attempts to erode it. And we'll continue to work to make sure that that continues on both sides of the aisle. It's very important for us.
Oh, we need both sides, controlling both sides.
Newfie 97 sent $5. Christ cucks were so mad at Kash Patel's Valhalla comment because Moo Jesus heaven is the only real heaven. I hate them.
Mm-hmm. Yep, we're gonna play the we was in Valhalla comment. That's a funny one.
Create the independence that we need, so those in Western Europe who think they can deny us things will not succeed.
Oh, Edom thinks they can deny us. Isn't it funny how it's 50 states, but only one Israel? You got 50, we're only one. You have to cherish us.
We can break this siege, and we will. And the last thing...
Break the siege, break the siege. Very traditional moment happening at the Vatican. Hip-hop concert in St. Peter's Basilica? The square, St. Peter's Square. Hip-hop concert at the Vatican. U.S. band Clips performs with Pharrell and John Legend in the Vatican. Is this traditional Catholicism?
I see you with the DDs and stuff.
This is the Catholic urban outreach. This is where Catholicism is heading.
Now mind you, DD calls you.
This is the worst song I've ever heard.
Precision.
Pharrell's Been to the Wall. Sounds like shit, doesn't it?
Different mod list. Birds don't sing. Birds don't sing. They screech.
Hold on. Is this a Catholic event or is it just on the... In St. Peter's Square is what it's called, right? Drones from the face of the Pope Francis. Oh, drones form the face of Pope Francis. We have Operation Blue Beam Pope Francis, while U.S. rapper Jelly Roll sings Amazing Grace for the Pope. Dude, honored by Jelly Roll, the fat redneck with tattoos covering his face. Based Christianity. This is actually based Christianity. Post Malone's there too? No. Belly rolls. Yeah. Noah. The Noah Hyde Music Awards. Good one. You guys know there's a bunch of pagan god sculptures all around this. Catholic.
But now I see.
Dude, why are they gonna ghetto it up with this guy? Blue Bean Pope. Goyim will eat anything up. Dude, so many people are coming to Christ because of this. Nothing they hate more, though, Disney Channel, ABC News Live. Nothing they fear more than the Catholic Church. This is how we win. Everybody turning to Jesus after Charlie Kirk's martyrdom as well. We're covering that. Are we cooked, Jack Stone? Amazing grace from the Jews. Blessings from the Jews. Okay. Now, a lot of pressures trying to being put on Trump. The talking point is it's not both sides. The left is violent and they're going to crush them. Here's the first clip.
Well, the problem is on the left. If you look at the problem is on the left. It's not on the right, like some people like to say on the right. The problem we have is on the left. And when you look at the agitators, you look at the scum that speaks so badly of our country, the American flag burnings all over the place, that's the left, that's not the right. Well, the problem is on the left. If you look at
When asked about both sides being the problem, now again, he says, how can we fix the country and come together? He says he doesn't want to.
Well, we have radicals on the
and we're going to look into that.
What do we do about our country with that? Because we have radicals on the right as well. We have radicals on the left. People are watching all of these videos and cheering. Some people are cheering that Charlie was killed.
We got some more of those.
How do we fix this country? How do we come back together?
I'll tell you something that's going to get me in trouble, but I couldn't care less. The radicals on the right oftentimes are radical because they don't want to see crime. And we're going to look into that.
What do we do about our country with that? Because we have radicals on the right.
Not interested, ready to crush. This is war. That's the narrative everywhere. Same thing with Don Jr.
Lower the temperature. What's next? Because there's a lot of talk about is now a moment to reach out.
You're right. Good point, Instigator. Cherry tomatoes are the easiest plant to grow. We don't need Israel. I can't believe he tried to take credit for cherry tomatoes.
Out, have a kumbaya moment with the other side, lower the temperature. Is now a moment to step over the other side and forge forward without them. You know, just you say we're winning, just complete the victory without them.
Megan. I'd love to do the former, but who is better at that or kinder in doing that than Charlie Kirk? And they killed him. I don't think it's possible. Again, you know, you see it. You know, the amount of normal people who aren't even political, who have they've hit a breaking point. You know, they're not having these conversations on Twitter. I'm sure they are sick of this crap.
What's next? Because
want to yell.
Of course, their response, Black Congresswoman's response, is white people. Where'd she get elected from? No point in listening to this person. I agree. Let's close down a few of these. We got Trump again. Says he's going to launch an investigation into Soros and violent left-wing groups.
I looked at her immediately. I had one the other night. I went into a restaurant, and this woman stood up. I looked at her immediately. She had money. She wasn't. They get paid for it. They're professional from Soros and other people. And we're going to look into Soros because I think it's a RICO case against him and other people. Because this is more than like protests. This is real agitation. This is riots on the street. And we're going to look into that.
What do we do about our country with that? Because we have radicals on the right.
I had one the
Here
other
comes
night.
the
I went
hammer.
into a restaurant, and this woman.
Here comes the hammer, and it's not going to stop with the radical leftist, I don't think, honestly. Alex Jones has the same exact game plan. They all have their talking points in order for what the fallout of the Charlie Kirk thing.
But this is war. This is already on a scale way above what the Klan ever did. We need task forces to go in. This is racketeering, cut and dry. Alexander Soros needs to be arrested now. I mean, you have Ed Martin on the streets of D.C., a woman saying, I hope you die, and spitting in his face. Thank God they at least arrested her. But this is war. We are going to win. We have to win. And I'm telling you, the public is really waking up fast. But what you said earlier is so true. And this is a war. This is deliberate. And we are all Charlie Kirk. Ladies and gentlemen, they want to kill us all. They literally want to kill Christians. They want.
Okay, we'll play the rest of that later. We have another clip of him that edit. Stephen Miller says Charlie's last wish, his last message, was to dismantle the radical leftist organizations fomenting violence across the United States. They are going to take advantage of this situation, capitalize as much as they can.
And let me tell you something I'd not share with anybody, but the last message that Charlie Kirk gave to me before he joined his creator in heaven was he said that we have to dismantle and take on the radical left organizations in this country that are fomenting violence. That was the last message that he sent me before that assassin stole him from all of us. And we are going to do that under President Trump's leadership. I don't care how. It could be a RICO charge, a conspiracy charge, conspiracy against the United States, insurrection, but we are going to do what it takes to dismantle the organizations and the entities that are fomenting riots, that are doxing, that are trying to inspire terrorism, and that are committing acts of wanton violence. It has to stop. And my message is to all of the domestic terrorists in this country spreading this evil hate, you want us to live in fear? We will not live in fear, but you will live in exile.
Hate. So criticizing Christianity and Judaism now is going to be considered hate, and we're going to be crushed because of it?
Because the power of law enforcement under President Trump's leadership will be used to find you, will be used to take away your money, take away your power, and if you've broken the law, to take away your freedom, Sean.
Okay, there's the first one. Charlie's last message. Ted Cruz has came out and said their last conversation was about crushing anti-Semitism as well. Here he is again, Stephen Miller.
Which is that we need to have an organized strategy to go after the left-wing organizations that are promoting violence in this country. And I will write those words onto my heart and I will carry them out. If people ask me, what emotions I'm feeling right now, this is something people say, you kind of know the answer. There's incredible sadness, but there's incredible anger. And the thing about anger is that unfocused anger or blind rage is not a productive emotion.
Right.
But focused anger, righteous anger, directed for a just cause is one of the most important agents of change in human history.
Charlie showed that. Amen.
And we are going to channel all of the anger that we have over the organized campaign that led to this assassination to uproot and dismantle these terrorist networks. So let me explain a little bit what that means. So,
you got 30 seconds, so be quick, Stephen.
The organized...
By the way, this is J.D. Vance hosting Charlie Kirk's show, Real America's Voice, this morning.
Doxing campaigns, the organized riots, the organized street violence, the organized campaigns of dehumanization, vilification, posting people's addresses, combining that with messaging that's designed to trigger and incite violence, and the actual organized cells that carry out and facilitate the violence. It is a vast domestic terror movement. And with God as my witness, we are going to use every resource we have at the Department of Justice, Homeland Security, and throughout this government to identify, disrupt, dismantle, and destroy these networks and make America safe again for the American people. It will happen, and we will do it in Charlie's name.
Thank you, Stephen. Don't go away. I'll be joined by a guest of Friends just in a few seconds. See you soon.
Here's the message, the video the White House posted a few days ago. Heavily Christian. Nothing they hate more. That's why the Zionist White House is pumping out Bible verses and we're having a big push for a Christian revival because of Charlie.
Only in America is it possible to
really rally and mobilize everybody to be a conservative Christian Zionist like Charlie was.
Only in America is it possible to say, you know what, I don't like the way the country is going, and to do something about it. Take that risk. Take that leap of faith. Stay involved. Trust God and act obediently. Romans 12:2 verse. That God will use all things for good for those who love him. It's bigger than you. I want you to remember that. It is bigger than you. It's bigger than me. You are here to make somebody else's life better, the pursuit of liberty and freedom. You know what gives me strength? The hundreds of thousands of you.
The names sent
Namesake,
$10
thank
on
you.
Rumble. Instead of passing yet another bill penalizing BDS, how about they crack down on the anti-American and anti-white Marxist lunatics who are brainwashing the youth and gearing up to kill us?
Yeah, I saw that over the weekend too. Everybody's mourning Charlie. They passed some new anti-BDS resolution. And also now they're talking about, or they have passed also, people, foreigners or immigrants celebrating are going to be deported, which I think I'm not totally against that, to be honest, because
that say
these people
1 Corinthians 5.
glorifying political violence.
So that's all pretty amazing evidence, not just intra-biblical evidence, but extra-biblical evidence that Jesus Christ was a real person. He lived a perfect life. He was
Okay, this is the White House, by the way, ending with 1 Corinthians 5 and 15 about how Jesus lived, what Jesus did. Don't tell me there's nothing they hate more than Jesus when all of the biggest Zionist Twitter accounts, like Trump's White House, are posting Bible verses, okay? This is how they control everybody. This is what they promote. This is how they have their Zionist brainwashing.
Extra biblical evidence that Jesus Christ was a real person. He lived a perfect life. He was crucified, died, and rose on the third day, and he is Lord and God of all.
Okay, Stephen Miller says his last wish was to crush the left. Ted Cruz says that Charlie's legacy and his last wish, his last conversation with Charlie, was on the topic of pushing back on the rising tide of anti-Semitism on the right. Ted Cruz says he recognized how anti-Semitism has utterly devoured the left, and we were talking about how to stop this toxic garbage from spreading on the right. And that's what he was always about, too. Even with his mild criticism, it was still release valve and damage control and only blaming the left. But that's what the crackdown is going to be. This is a viral video this morning. Ted Cruz out on the freeway overpass, personally covering up graffiti that said, "Fuck Charlie." Never painted anything in his life. Look at that technique. Aren't you supposed to spray it off? Not just paint over it. It's all splattering on him, so. All right. Here's another turning point promo
Are more
video.
interested in what God.
Yeah, great, looks like shit.
We're active in about 15 campuses, and we're growing very, very quickly. And keep in mind, this is not just a flash in the pan movement. We're going to become an institution to give them the power and the confidence to stand up and let their voice be heard.
He was basically backed from the start when he was 18 years old. What was it? His dad or his grandpa was the architect or the builder for one of Trump's buildings, and that was his in. He was basically a made man, given tons of many millions of dollars by Zionist and Jewish donors to promote Christian Zionist conservatism amongst the youth.
I started this organization when I was 18 years old. I decided not to go to college. I didn't get in my dream school, which was the United States Military Academy at West Point. I have this idea to galvanize and motivate the future youth of this country around a core set of ideas, not just political parties or politicians. And the ideas are really America's the greatest country in the history of the world. The Constitution is the greatest political document ever written, and free enterprise is the most assured way to lift people out of poverty and create prosperity for all. Those are the three big ideas. And I think that's something that can win. We as Christians are called to go into the public arena to correct error with truth. So I go to college campuses and there's a lot of error. We're all sinners. We are all live in error. I'm far more interested in what God wants of me than what I want from God.
I have to say this without getting emotional, but I'm very proud of my husband. And I know many of you are too.
We're going to play highlights from her speech too. She came out and made a statement and did a video of her over the open casket.
You have worked so hard, and I know a lot of you have seen, obviously, his videos on TikTok and all the stuff he does on campus, but no one gets to see him from my angle except for myself and our children. And the sacrifices that he made this year, he's amazing. I'm very blessed.
And I would not have been able to do any of it without Erica. And that's the real truth. I'll tell you what.
That's right. I saw in the chat, the Kim Clement prophecy guy has some prophecy where she is Mary, or what is it, Esther? I got to look into the thing. I forgot. She's fulfilling some prophecy now, bringing everybody to the God of Israel. They got some good propaganda videos with all of this. Here's another one. He was going to be president one day. These videos where they do the AI of people through as they age. He called it. I'm like, he's a good Boy Scout. He seems like an all-American Boy and them justifying is just insane. And yeah, the real reason that most of these leftists don't like Charlie Kirk was because he was white and conservative, and that's it. That's all they needed to know. That makes him Hitler. That makes him a Nazi to these lunatics.
The evildoers responsible for my husband's assassination have no idea what they have done. They killed Charlie because he preached a message of patriotism, faith, and of God's merciful love. But they should all know this. If you thought that my husband's mission was powerful before, you have no idea. You have no idea what you just have unleashed across this entire country. In this world, you have no idea. You have no idea the fire that you have ignited within this wife. The cries of this widow will echo around the world like a battle cry.
Hey, who said it in the chat about Kim Clement and what he's saying about her and prophecy? I want to watch that. She's not talking about the shooter. She's talking about all of the left, clearly. And now here, this is wild to see, too. This is, I mean, posting a picture of herself. I get maybe she wants it to be public because the whole world is or not the whole world, but, you know, a lot of people are grieving with her for the loss. So that she wanted, I was wondering if he would have an open casket for the funeral. Looks like he is having it. So she posted this. And I thought that was a little bizarre. But then she posted this, even deeper.
Oh, I love you. I love you. I love you.
Look at those hands. She's touching his dead hands. Like 2 days later.
I know. I love
kissing.
you so much. I love.
I try to imagine, like, if my wife was dead and she was in a casket, would I kiss her hands? I don't know. I would think I would not kiss a dead body. But who knows? If it was my daughter, maybe I would. There's no telling. I've never been in a situation.
I know. I love you. I love you so much. I love you. I love you. God bless you.
Yeah. We did. Yeah. There's video everywhere of him being shot. So, like, this is, a lot of people would rather have this be the last time they saw Charlie than the shooting. Want to see the face? I want to see the face too, honestly. I've seen one dead body in my life, and it was my grandma. She had an open casket, and I did not like looking at it. Carmen was kissing your beloved dog after she died. You don't know how you would react. That's what I'm saying. Who puts this on camera and then broadcasts it to the country? I don't know. Maybe sometimes you want to, I mean, you have funerals with open caskets and everybody watches each other go up to it. So like I said, maybe this is part of her grieving process and she wanted the world to grieve with her. The left is attacking her and like, oh, you're trying to get clicks and you're clout chasing and stuff. Grief makes you do incredible things. Yeah. JD Vance hosts the Charlie Kirk Show this morning. We won't watch the whole thing, just the beginning.
JD Vance here, live from my office in the White House complex and filling in for somebody who cannot be filled in for, but I'm going to try to do my best. My dear friend, the great Charlie Kirk. The last several days have been extremely hard for our country. They've been hard for me, hard for my family, hard for the countless people in this building who knew and loved Charlie Kirk, and of course, they've been hardest most of all for his darling wife, Erica, and their two beautiful children. The thing is, every single person in this building, we owe something to Charlie. He was a joyful warrior for our country. He loved America. He devoted himself tirelessly to making our country a better place. He was a critical part of getting Donald Trump elected as president, getting me elected as vice president.
We're going to talk about the conspiracies in a second. Just think about all the people that would have to be, all of Charlie's closest friends that he worked with all the time for years. All of them would have to be in on this. You don't think he would have told any of them, like, hey, what's up with this Israel stuff, if he was really turning against him, like the theory says, instead of just some mild criticism because he's being pressured from the other side and like running damage control?
President. And so much of our success over the last 7 months is due to his efforts, his staffing, his support, and his friendship. I don't think that I'm alone in saying that Charlie was the smartest political operative I ever met. Everyone knew him as this fearless debater, this guy who would take the conservative message into hostile places and inspire younger generations to have courage. One thing that's hit a lot of those young Americans over the last week was how Charlie was there
Erastus
for them.
Foe sent $10 on Rumble. At Mad Dog cheers for everything mate you. I checked in on InfoWars today because they are cliche Christian Zios and was surprised to hear they were blaming Kirk on Mossad and calling out Israel. Thoughtful face emoji.
They were calling out him for, what was that? InfoWars was calling out Charlie Kirk for, I didn't see it. It always cuts off the bottom. I don't know what's the deal. They were blaming Kirk on Mossad and Israel. Yeah, that's what Harrison's doing. We're going to get to that in a second.
When others were not.
Thank you, Erastus.
When they were afraid to speak their minds, when they were afraid of what a professor would say, when they were afraid that they would be.
All right, where's the clip of him bringing everybody to Jesus? Here it is.
Keep it forever alive. You know, on a podcast a couple of months back, Charlie was asked
What awaits sent $5 on Rumble. When she's referring to the maybe she's privy to more of who was involved with the FBI investigation.
No, I think she's just blaming the left collectively for their rhetoric, for their, demonization of Charlie, for their justifying political violence. I think she's just blaming the left collectively is what it would seem like to me.
How he'd want to be remembered if he died. His answer, I want to be remembered for courage, for my faith. That would be the most important thing. The most important thing is my faith, and that was Charlie. And in this dark moment for our country, I think that's the greatest lesson any of us can take from Charlie. To have faith in the Lord, and to be bold in how we glorify him. To be bold in our pursuits as Charlie was in his. So that's what we're going to spend a little bit of time doing this afternoon. Keeping this incredible show he created going and hearing from some of the people who were so fortunate to call Charlie a friend. We're going to pay tribute to his courageous legacy, and we're going to commit to keep it forever alive. I'm looking forward to this. Join us.
So that's how he started the show today. And then let's see this other clip. How they started it the other day was like this.
So badly to do this show for all of you today. And I wanted the friends of this show and of Charlie that knew him best, the Thought Crime crew, to be here in the studio to commemorate our friend, our dear brother, for this sacred, this solemn moment, this occasion none of us ever dreamed we would have to do. And here we are, because Charlie would want us to be here. He would be
that's
upset.
right. That's the other one I forgot to mention. They also, the Republicans voted to block the Epstein list and to pass a BDS law in the wake of this, during his wake.
If we weren't here. And we, of course, have left his chair open and empty because nobody will ever fill it. Nobody could ever hope to. But by all of us together, we want to honor him, and we want to be more like him and we want to be inspired by him, and we want you in the audience to know him like we knew him, and to be up close and personal to the front row seat to history, to a legend, to an American icon that we got every single day.
Let's not do this. Everybody by now has probably seen who the guy is. He's living with a trans person. He reportedly was not a fan of Trump and Charlie because their hateful rhetoric. Here, let's go back to the other one where we were. Some of the more relevant stuff. Here's Trump. We covered that. That's Trump announcing he will attend Charlie Kirk's funeral and will give him the Presidential Medal of Honor.
He was a friend of a lot of the people in this room, and he was a really special guy. So I'm going to be going to Charlie's, I guess you'd call it a funeral. There's the small one. I said, can we do the big one? Because we're going to give him the Presidential Medal of Freedom, which is a big deal. It's the civil version. It's the highest you can get. It's the equivalent of the Congressional Medal of Honor. And usually I say, you know, I like it much. He was a friend of a lot of the people. Oh, yeah. I mean,
everybody telling their stories about how popular he was, their own personal experiences with him, and then a lot of the Christian stuff here. Here's Trump's first one about that.
What do you explain to Barron? Kai, he's almost peers. He's one of those young people that Charlie Kirk was so impressed with.
He was a tremendous fan.
What do you as a dad, and a lot of dads and moms are wondering what to say, what do you say to them?
So Barron's a very good student. And Barron came to me and he said, Dad, I'd like to meet somebody that you know. Who? Charlie Kirk. I said, what? You know, I thought he was going to say, I want to meet like King Charles or something, like we're going to meet soon, right? But he said, really, you weren't? And I set up a lunch with him, and he came back. He said, that guy's great, Dad. That guy's great. You know, it was cute. He's unbelievable. I don't know what it was. Charlie had a magic over the kids, and large numbers of them, and very diverse. Black, white. Oh, yeah. I mean, everybody, the young women and boys. And
dude, isn't Trump 6'3"? Why does this girl look like she's so much taller than him?
I've never seen anything like it.
She just sitting up straight and he's slouching?
It was all good. I mean, it was good stuff. It wasn't some of the stuff you read about where they're in favor of all these horrible things. It was really good stuff. And we lost an unbelievable warrior. And I think I have a feeling that Erica, you know, I spoke to her long yesterday. She's devastated. And I said, in between the devastation, she made statements. I said, you should try and do that. Because Turning Point is a real power. And I think she may, and, you know, her group, I think they're going to
rally around
keep it together. And you know, things like that have happened before. You make it bigger, better, stronger. I said, only do it if you're going to make it bigger and better. Can you do it? But I didn't want to talk about that too much because she can't, you know, it's going to take her a while to get better from this. It's a tough.
2 little ones.
Yeah,
never get better.
Beautiful kids. But I'll never forget Barron coming back saying, Dad, that guy's great. You know, normally he's not full of praise.
What do you tell him now?
He was very hurt when he saw this. But, I mean, everybody was. Oh, when I heard it, I was in the midst of, you know, building for 150 years, they've wanted a ballroom at the White House, right? They don't have a ballroom. They have to use tents on the lawn for President Xi when he comes over. If it rains, it's a wipeout. And so I was with the architects and with design. It's going to be incredible. And they came in, they said, Charlie Kirk is dead. I didn't know what they meant. I said, what do you mean dead? Charlie Kirk was shot. And they thought he was dead because it was so horrific, you know. And I said, dead? And it was like, I just told these people, get out, just go, you got it. This is
This is the video they're all sharing. Look, 57,000 likes. They asked him about Charlie, and he changes the subject immediately to his new ballroom.
It'll be a beauty. It'll be a absolute. My condolences on the loss of the
How are you holding up over the last 3.5 days? I think very good. And by the way, right there, you see all the trucks.
How are you holding up? Very good. And check out my ballroom. He's in sale mode.
They just started construction of the.
So people are like, look, he doesn't even care. Doesn't even care. He's
right there. You see all the trucks. They just started construction of the new ballroom for the White House, which is something they've been trying to get, as you know, for about 150 years.
What's more likely probably is he's spoken a lot about Charlie already, and he does it when things are written for him and wasn't ready to go off the cuff right there. He was ready to talk about his new ballroom. Still looks crazy insensitive that he changes the subject like that so fast.
And it's going to be a beauty. It'll be an absolute.
It could be a deflection to avoid avoid getting emotional. Business as usual, right?
One of the best anywhere in the world, actually. Thank you so much. Your message is.
And here's another one. They're pointing out this was like the next day. Look at this. Trump in deep despair at the Yankees game. Charlie Kirk was like
Jocelyn
a son to him.
$8
Jocelyn,
on
thank
Rumble.
you.
After seeing all of the insane bloodthirsty celebration of recent white murders by leftists, I find myself way more anxious among strangers and in public spaces. Disappointed face emoji.
Me too. Even the girl on the train that got stabbed too. That's got me like looking over my shoulder, and now I'm worried about being sniped. Also, I'm always thinking like, oh, his life. I can monitor my surroundings that I'm safe, that don't let anybody get close to me. But now I'm thinking like, you can get sniped from hundreds of yards away by some schizo. Thank you, Jocelyn. Here's Trump. This is kind of crazy. Kirk was like a son to him, and he's just out at the game, just partying it up, dancing. I know it's like the biggest political assassination. It's by far the top news story, but is it just me, or have you guys been thinking about it over and over again? I think because I watched the video of him getting shot so many times, I just can't get that image out of my head. It just keeps popping up, and all of the controversy surrounding it, all the conspiracies and stuff. How the Zionists are turning him into some Zionist saint and an angel and stuff, and they're trying to unleash everything. Like, here's Israeli Hasbara agent telling Fox News, what's important about Charlie is his commitment to Israel.
Side of modernity. I think Bibi Netanyahu was correct in everything that he said about Charlie Kirk. And one of the things that is important for us to understand is that Charlie, as a Christian man, had no confusion about the indigeneity of the Jewish people to the land of Israel. And as a great man, he had no confusion as to who's right and who's wrong in the Middle East. There are two sides in the Middle East. One side is on the side of modernity and progress and human rights and liberty, and the other side is on the side of jihadism. And you can actually divide the Middle East based on this parameter and this prism. One side is a good side, and that is it.
I know. I wasn't a fan. I was very critical of Charlie. Charlie was the top gatekeeper and Zionist Shabbos Goy out there. But still, seeing what happened to him and having him taken away from his family and stuff,
Israel, the other side is the bad side, and that is jihadism, that is Hamas. I think Bibi Netanyahu was correct in everything that he said about Charlie Kirk. And one of the things...
Okay. This is... So, hold on. Are we going to get to this yet?
Waterweight sent $5 on
AI
Rumble.
videos.
When I saw the first video, I didn't think it was real. Then I saw the close-up and I feel like it impacted me, like I was there watching it happen, so it definitely impacted me. Kept thinking about it.
And even though I never liked Charlie, although Charlie did have some takes that people are seeing now, like how much more based he was on other
Rabbi
issues
Talmud Heimer sent $50 on
than
Rumble.
I realized.
Thanks so much, Adam, for sifting through all the insanity. You're a world changer.
Thank you for the big dono, getting us going Monday morning. You're amazing. Thank you so much. Rabbi Talmud Heimer, you're the man.
They're nice.
Thank you. Well, thanks you guys for watching all this with me. All right. Here's the AI slop that's coming out. Almost exclusively Christian and Zionist. Here's the first one. got to be easier to tell your kids this is what's going on than just he's gone forever. He's going to rot in the earth. That's what's so appealing about religion is heaven. Here's another one. The martyr, the Christian martyr, Charlie Kirk, AI.
I'm Charlie. My faith cost me my life, but now I stand forever in glory with those who also stood firm. So at this time, I'd like to introduce you to some of my brothers and new friends.
My name is Paul.
Rolls sent $10 on Rumble. My college is having a memorial for him tonight. Part of me wants to go and arouse white anger, but I think I'll let them be.
You should go just to monitor the situation at least. See what it's like. You might be able to pull out your camera and get something interesting.
And I was beheaded for the gospel of Jesus Christ. My name is Andrew, and I was crucified for following the cross of Christ.
My name is Stephen.
Wow.
And I was...
Dude, they are laying on the martyrdom heavy with his Jew brethren in heaven.
...owned for proclaiming Christ as Lord.
My name is Peter, and I was crucified for my faith in Jesus.
My brothers and sisters, root yourself in a Bible-believing church. Pray for your enemies, for our battle is spiritual. It's time to awaken your faith. Rise up, speak truth without fear, and overwhelm the world with Jesus.
Blessed are those who are persecuted. Is that not wild propaganda? It's like it's like the most heavy propaganda I've ever seen. Trying to use his killing for Christianity, advertising Christianity. Become a Christian, you could get. It's over the top. This is wild. What a time to be alive. The AI videos are so creepy. This was the AI one they did when he was alive still it gave me a laugh the first time I saw it. At Jesus' crucifixion, if Charlie was there. Yeah, the Charlie Kirk revival.
Israel has a right to defend itself.
Okay, here's the other AI one I wanted to watch. Where is it? This is the craziest one. Shoot, where is it? There it is. They turned him into a Zionist angel. So the guy that originally posted this, I'm not sure if he's the one that made it, but it was some Indian Zionist account that everybody thinks is Indian. I shared it and I said, but then he took it down. This guy got a recording of it, it looks like.
This is evil. Israel using AI to put words in a dead man's mouth for their own propaganda.
Don't worry about me.
Yeah, putting words into a dead man's mouth with propaganda with AI is crazy.
This is evil. Israel using AI to put words in a dead man's mouth for their own propaganda.
Don't worry about me. I'm in a better place now. But America and Israel, from this day on, will never be the same. This is the wake-up call. They tried to shut me up. They couldn't stand a voice that didn't sound like theirs. And that's exactly why we have to fight. We exposed the lie. I spoke the truth, and they hated every second of it. I know you guys are hurting. It feels like you lost me. You didn't. You can't kill an idea. You can't murder faith. Spirit?
Zordaridum sent $5. Wish I didn't have to miss first half of today's show. Want to say, I've seen enough these few days to suspect shooting is more organized than a lone wacko. And I do think Kirk and his followers might have been a growing threat to Israel. Thanks, Adam.
We're going to get into that whole angle here in a minute. And I can see why you would say that. I'm not convinced of it, but I can definitely see why people are saying
me. I kept going. Tried to silence me. I spoke louder. They warned me. No way. Truth's worth the price every single time. America was built on faith, on freedom, fighting back, never backing down. That's our bond. That's our story. Here's the thing. Those who tried to scare me only made me stronger. Those who tried to silence me proved I was right. So I'm asking you, don't go quiet. Don't bend. Don't give in. America needs you. Israel needs you. And when people remember me, let it be for courage, for faith, for hope. Because this wasn't the end. This was the opening shot of a change that's coming. And it's going to be for the better.
That is an evil thing to do. Especially since Charlie Kirk stopped taking money from Israel and was even turning against them the last few months that he was alive. So that makes that extra evil ZIO propaganda right there.
No lies detected there. That is extreme Zionist propaganda. And the other side, everybody's trying to use his death and his news for a little propaganda. Here's the other side. Here's another mix.
And Jewish donors, they have a lot of explaining to do, a lot of decoupling to do, because Jewish donors have been the #1 funding mechanism of radical, open-border, neoliberal, quasi-Marxist policies, cultural institutions, and nonprofits. This is a beast created by secular Jews.
Okay, I don't know how much.
Great.
Violence.
Great.
And Jewish donors.
The scream of Charlie, too, kills me. All right, let's do... hold on. Let's do this. The Christian resurgence because of Charlie Kirk.
17-year-old niece left for Europe to go to college. And while she was packing, her mother, Amaryllis, my daughter-in-law, noticed that she had put a Bible in her suitcase. And Amaryllis was curious about it. And she asked her, and Zoe said to her, "I want to live like Charlie Kirk." The 17-year-old niece left for Europe.
It's almost like he's the second Jesus or something. It's more than just a martyr and a saint. It's almost like he's a messianic figure now. Here's massive crowd of people were spotted giving their life to Jesus in downtown San Diego. I think this was at a Charlie Kirk vigil, maybe? I know they're doing that at some of the vigils. Are we having a Christian ZIO revival? Here's Trump at the...
Billy 5 of these today. Said, we're gonna. There's my guy.
Hold on, this was at the Charlie Kirk Christian Leaders to Pray for Donald Trump in 2024 election.
We're gonna have a good victory for God. Yes. Amen.
They want to say a prayer over you.
Oh,
okay. All right.
That's good for a picture.
And a picture too.
A picture. You guys. He's like, oh, they want to pray. Great, let's take a picture.
Serious faith.
Billy 5 of these today. Said, we're gonna. There's my guy out of the We're gonna have a good victory.
Okay, here we have Charlie Kirk. Okay, we're going to cover that in a second. We'll get to that in a second, too. Oh, here. Paganism is the problem. Kim Clement prophecies. We'll get to the Kim Clement prophecies, too. Okay, let's just do this. J.D. Vance went off on people calling for unity with radical leftists. There is no unity.
With people, there is no unity with people who scream at children over their parents' politics. There is no unity with someone who lies about what Charlie Kirk said in order to excuse his murder. There is no unity.
I know. I agree, Doc J. Colliday. Charlie would never turn on Israel. He believed turning on Israel would be like turning on God. Yeah, all the clips we're seeing of him is him just criticizing. I wouldn't doubt that they would maybe having a little bit of drama with them, but I also wouldn't doubt that there's a bunch of psycho, bloodthirsty leftists that would do something like this. Yeah, big difference between slightly critical of Israel of the Israeli government or leftist Jews compared to turning on them as a whole. But we're going to get into all the information coming out on that front. There is a lot of people, ADL, Benjamin Netanyahu, New York Times, New York Post, they're all talking about the conspiracies. And in fact, they're probably going to weaponize them and do crackdowns and
with someone who harasses an innocent family the day after the father of that family lost a dear friend. There is no unity with the people who celebrate Charlie Kirk's assassination. And there is no unity with the people who fund these articles, who pay the salaries of these terrorist sympathizers, who argue that Charlie Kirk, a loving husband and father, deserved a shot to the neck because he spoke words with which they disagree. Did you know that the George Soros Open Society Foundation and the Ford Foundation, the groups who funded that disgusting article justifying Charlie's death, do you know they benefit from generous tax treatment? They are literally subsidized by you and me, the American taxpayer. And how do they reward us? By setting fire to the house built by the American family over 250 years. I am desperate for our country to be united in condemnation of the actions and the ideas that killed my friend. I want it so badly that I will tell you a difficult truth. We can only have it with people who acknowledge that political violence is unacceptable.
Zornder. Jocelyn 8 sent $5 on Rumble. We can disagree with Charlie and still be horrified by the way he died. It's never been more clear that all these sickas glorifying the escalation of violence are not safe to live among.
I agree. True. Charlie wouldn't be justifying me being shot for being anti-Israel. But all these leftists would.
And when we work to dismantle the institutions that promote violence and terrorism in our own country.
Just for not being anti-white, they would do it. So here they are talking about Tucker Carlson has said that Charlie was opposed to bombing Iran, and I think that's what they're discussing about here.
Use it for your own parochial ends. Like, he stood for this, and I think the reason that Charlie was able to bridge the gap, particularly in foreign policy, is because he had, for example, genuine affection for Israel, which he expressed to me in private many, many times. Like, I love Israel. I don't think we should have another forever war, regime change war against Iran. And I think that made complete sense to me. I sort of agree with that, actually. And so it allowed both sides to talk to him because they felt like this person doesn't hate me. It doesn't need to get existential. It's not about disliking me or some weird bigotry. But I don't think it's helpful for people to jump in, particularly foreign heads of state, to say, this is what, he lived for my cause or whatever. That's disgusting, actually. Don't do that. That turns everybody off. You don't help your own cause by doing that, and it's also literally untrue. So I just hope that we can continue in, I'm not exaggerating, the spirit that he operated in, which is one of love for other people, including people we disagree with, and don't make it, as small bore as that. That doesn't help.
Yeah, so one of the issues, Tucker, and I agree with you, that he would express disagreements with the administration on. There are two that jump out. Is one, Charlie was a hardliner on immigration. He wanted us to control our borders as much as possible. Yes. He wanted us to ramp up the deportations. I remember having conversations with Charlie where he would say, why aren't the deportations higher? Why aren't you doing more? And I would talk to him. But it wasn't, hey, I don't understand this.
Look at this tweet from Charlie. 2023, December 2023. It's not a great replacement theory. It's a great replacement reality. Just this year, 3.6 million foreigners will invade America. 10 to 15 million will enter by the end of Joe Biden's term. Each will probably have 3 to 5 kids on average, while native-born Americans have 1.5 per couple. You are being replaced by design. Truly the most depressing story we cover. Charlie Kirk. Very true. That's why they killed him. You say that, they'll want to kill you. Call you a white supremacist.
So I disagree.
You don't want to be replaced in European countries.
I agree with you, and therefore I'm going to blast you and assume that you're in bad faith. I'm a free citizen. I love you guys. I supported you guys, and I'm going to use my platform to try to accomplish as much good as I possibly can. And I think that made him such an effective operator. And I would talk to Charlie and say, Charlie, well, look, here are the reasons why. And as you've seen, Tucker, we've ramped up deportation numbers. We have actually, there are a lot of people who are
That's right. He also did say staple a green card to every foreign student diploma, but I think he reversed that. He got so much flack for that and backlash that he reversed that take.
Deporting because they don't want to be in the country knowing that eventually immigration enforcement will happen. But I think part of that success comes from people like Charlie applying pressure. Pressure as a friend, pressure as somebody who cares deeply about the issue. And that's true also, I know we have about 90 seconds left, but that's true about foreign policy. Like, I remember Charlie calling me and saying, I'm really worried. And this is back in the summer when the Iran strikes were sort of first being contemplated. He said, I'm really worried this is going to become another regime change war in the Middle East that we get trapped in. And I said, Charlie, first of all, like, have some faith here. The President of the United States is not a believer in perpetual war. He knows the mistakes of Iraq and Afghanistan. He doesn't want to repeat them. But Charlie was very clear that he could support Israel. And by the way, he did eventually support the strikes on the nuclear facility while simultaneously saying, no more. This can't become a bigger thing. This can't become a broader thing. And again,
yeah, that's not turning on Israel.
And I think he modeled a really good way of applying pressure, of disagreeing when you do disagree, but also recognizing that so long as you're operating in good faith, we're all part of the team. And that's something I'm going to try to take from Charlie's legacy, is not that we're always right, not that we can't take criticism, but that we all should try to work together.
It did worry me because I think your description is perfect. He was one of the very few who took that message and stood by it. I mean, right to the very end. This cannot get bigger. We don't want another regime change war. But man, some of the people who send money to Turning Point, his donors, were very tough on him. So tough on him that I could feel it. You know, I talked to him a lot in the last few months, and he was under enormous pressure. He never bent. He never became bitter.
He kept his integrity.
Charlie was under pressure for having Tucker and Dave Smith at Turning Point conference. Remember the video we covered, Tucker Carlson, a couple months ago? He was like talking about Epstein and blackmail and that it was Israel and stuff. They were mad at Charlie for having him on
to the very end. And I just think it's important to say that because it's true.
Absolutely
important to say that. Don't let them capitalize on Charlie like this. Let's see. Do we have? Okay, let's see the Kim Clement prophecy. I haven't seen this yet. I want to see it.
Restoration.
Remember this guy?
God says, listen to me. As the beginning of the restoration, as it begins, there shall be a woman that shall rise up. A woman that shall be strong in faith, virtuous, beautiful in eyes, and her eyes shall be so beautiful. Her eyes shall be round and big. I have crowned her, says the Lord, as I crowned Esther. The people shall receive her, for she shall have the oil of gladness for the pain and the mourning that has taken place. And she shall pour out the oil. Is there some oil here, please, Marty? Is there some oil?
The pain in the morning.
Oil on this nation. And God says healing shall begin, and then it shall flow rapidly. Schools will be free from potential damage and danger, shootings and murder, drug addiction. Cartels shall be afraid of a woman. A woman anointed by God. A woman set aside. And God says they will say we hated her, but now we love her. For she shall take the oil of healing, and she shall pour it upon the scars of those left and those right, and of the new party that has come forth and emerged, where they shall say Christ will reign, and this we shall not implement.
The new party, wow. Anointed for mourning, the new party will come. A woman anointed like Queen Esther. He said this in 2011.
and all socialism.
And socialism.
Where they have said, we will make history without God. No, you will not. No, you will not, says the Lord. For I chose this nation before it was founded. Before anybody came here, I chose this entire nation, all 50 states, every one of them, to send my gospel to the entire earth. Do you think I have changed my mind? Therefore the healing that is necessary for this nation shall come at a time in the middle of the presidency. There shall be a woman that shall come. And God said there shall be oil.
Well, we're not in the middle of the presidency. We're in the first year.
Shall be poured upon
Vrilzer, my back's killing me again. You noticed I'm getting up and down?
the nation, and they shall
I'm getting off my chair and on my knees so I can like straighten out my back for a minute.
suddenly feel the healing, and they shall say, it is well with my soul, it is well with our soul, for the soul of America has been corrupted, the soul of this nation has been corrupted with bitterness and anger, and God said she shall say, no more bitterness, no more anger, no more division, and shall pour the oil that shall come from the Spirit of the Lord himself. If you as a nation believe it, if you want this, lift your voice and shout one more time and say yes.
This is the guy that supposedly predicted Trump twice also.
Earthquake.
Let's see this one. We've covered him many times. He's the top. They have the picture of him at the top of the Reawaken America tour poster.
Strange July, strange July. For they are saying, how do we kill the giant? How do we kill the giant of debt? How do we kill the giant of socialism? How do we kill the giant of human secularism? There are two E's that I see.
Did he say, how do we kill human secularism? Because that's what they're going to try to do right now. We're getting Jesus shoved down everybody's throat. And you're a terrorist if you oppose it.
Two E's that I see. One E is the word erupt. The other is earthquake.
Okay, none of these are that impressive, but let's see this one too.
How do we kill the giant of death?
That's the same one. Let's see this girl. What does this girl have to say about the Kim Clement? Nick was prophesied by Kim Clement. Nick who? Nick Fuentes? Oh, God.
Kim Clement. And the new movement.
Tink's Golden Era. Dude, look at this.
Charlie Kirk, Nick Fuentes. So I have a couple things to say about this. So Charlie, I think you should know there's a really high probability that Nick Fuentes is the young man who was prophesied by Kim Clement and the new movement. It doesn't mean that he's correct about Israel and the Jews. It just means that he was treated like shit by the Jews. Like the Lord said, the Jews were treating his children like dogs. So Nick is just pissed off for being silenced when bringing up valid points, which I've noticed they have a thing of deplatforming and trying to put people out of business who speak against them. Charlie Kirk, Nick Fuentes.
Okay.
So I have a couple things to say.
So this was before he died, apparently. That one was. Mancow Muller. I remember this guy from Alex Jones's show, being interviewed by Alex Jones. I didn't realize he was a Christian Zionist cuckoo. This is the prophet Kim Clement spoke weekly. Kim spoke with weekly and oftentimes daily. He predicted exactly what would happen to Rush and Howard Stern to me years ago. We spoke about Charlie Kirk. That prophecy I am not ready to reveal. It is being underreported, but it's important to note that Paris is being attacked right now by savage and unruly Muslim mobs. Is that Zerka? Is that a Zerka crusader?
There will be a second reformation.
Our new reformation?
There will be a second...
The turning point? Charlie Kirk, the turning point for the second reformation? The Christian Zio reformation?
There will be a second reformation in Europe, but it shall not be done. It shall not come through Germany, but God says I will begin in France.
Okay. How many likes? Okay, good. I'm glad that he has no likes on this. He's like, hey, guys, my prophecy. This is from 2 hours ago. 55,000 likes or 55,000 followers. Man, cow, Mueller. 0 likes, 0 shares, 0 replies. Hey, maybe I'll reveal it. Maybe I won't. Yeah, how about we don't give a shit about your stupid kooky theory. Paganism is the source of all of our problems, says Charlie Kirk.
It is no coincidence that as all of a sudden God scatters man throughout the earth, the very next chapter, he tells Abram to get off his tail and go leave your father's home to go on an adventure.
That's right.
That is not a coincidence. That is by deliberate design.
Out of paganism.
Out of paganism. And so we right now, the World Economic Forum, what is pervading our time is we are living, whether you realize it or not, in widespread paganism. In polytheism has reemerged. Atheism is not as powerful as polytheism, where everybody has their own viewpoint, their own God, and their own view system. I say, well, Charlie, what's so wrong with that? Obviously, minus the scriptures where it says man will do whatever is right in his own eyes. It's very simple. If you have many gods, you have many moralities.
That's right.
If you have one God, you have one morality. This is why, as a country, we can't say it's wrong to chop off an 8-year-old's private parts.
Right.
Because
nobody's saying there's a God that says it's okay, though. That's the difference. We can make secular arguments against that. Oh, and by the way, paganism is a Jewish psyop, huh? Nothing the Jews hate more than Christianity. Then why is their top Shabbos Goy hating on paganism and constantly shilling Israel and Jesus?
If there's many gods, there's many moralities. My God, my belief says that that's perfectly fine. As we become less monotheistic and more polytheistic, aka shred the truths of the Bible as a society.
As we become less Noahide, that's what he means by monotheistic, because we all know he's talking about the monotheistic God of the Bible, the Jewish God.
You go,
yeah, the Jews lose control when everybody has their own gods. The whole point of Judaism was to conquer all the other gods.
You get into the moral chaos that Babel received.
Okay, where are we going to go to next? Let's watch this one. From the Jewish community to Charlie Kirk.
Those are people that help. Charlie Kirk is on.
Rabbi Moshiach here.
Charlie Kirk is on the minds and hearts of the entire Jewish community. Very few people stuck their necks out for us like Charlie did. In Israel, outside of the Holocaust Museum, there's a special place dedicated to what we call righteous Gentiles. Those are people that helped Jews during the Holocaust. And although Charlie wasn't alive during that time, I could almost guarantee that he would have been one of those people that helped us. He helped us during the Holocaust of our time, the October 7th massacre. And for that, we're forever indebted to you, Charlie, and we're forever grateful. I know that God is happy with you, Charlie, because you defended his children in a world filled with darkness. God bless you. May he rest your soul and take care of your family. Charlie Kirk is on the minds and hearts.
Shabbos Goy, righteous Gentile. Charlie Kirk, according to the rabbi. Okay, let's see. I'm not sure if he's a rabbi, actually. All right. Let's see this. Israeli agent Rabbi Pesach gave Charlie Kirk Hasbara coaching advice just hours before his death. Let's watch
for the
this.
state of Israel. He was very and Charlie had criticisms for the state of Israel. He was very supportive and really loved the state of Israel and the Jewish people, but he also had his criticisms. And it really hurt him when the Jewish community came down on him for platforming certain speakers at his last conference who were anti-Israel and even slid into anti-Semitism. And while I was not happy that Charlie had given the stage to people like Tucker Carlson who were spewing venom about the Jewish state, I understood where Charlie was coming from. Charlie was
spewing Tucker Carlson isn't allowed to talk about Israel. It's spewing venom to say Epstein was working for Mossad. Venom.
big believer in the open marketplace of ideas, in allowing all opinions to be heard, letting the best opinions win. That's why he built his career on those famous debates, going to college campuses to engage in honest dialogue, letting every opinion have its moment, and letting people decide what is true. And therefore, he really believed, to a fault, I believe, in allowing every single voice to be heard. Now, again, was I happy that he was platforming people who were spewing anti-Israel and anti-Semitic messages? Of course not. But when so many people in the Jewish community, in the pro-Israel community, were criticizing Charlie so harshly for platforming these problematic voices, he was very hurt. And he was hurt because what many people don't realize is that Charlie spent a lot of his time defending Israel, both publicly at the college campus events that he was so famous for.
And privately.
Many people don't realize that upwards of 40 or 50%.
So you're telling me he had just talked. We're supposed to believe he had turned on Israel or was going to turn on Israel, but he's just hours before his death, he was being coached by this rabbi. By the way, thanks for the clip and the follow, Chris Menahan. Great channel. So much, all the best clips posted by this guy. He is doing great work.
Of all of the questions Charlie would receive, the challenges that he would get at these campus events from students were attacking Israel and attacking Charlie for being so pro-Israel. And also privately, there were many other prominent people in the America First movement who would privately speak to Charlie and message him, trying to get him to drop his support for Israel. So he was out there defending Israel on a regular basis, even with all his criticisms. It really hurt him when there was this harsh criticism calling him all kinds of names because he was willing to platform voices the pro-Israel community or the Jewish community were uncomfortable with.
Yeah, that's anybody, any criticism. Let's do some of the crazy leftists. This one's disgusting. Ilhan Omar was happy Charlie Kirk was killed because he downplayed George Floyd and opposed June. Hey, thank you.
What I do know for sure, what I do know for sure
a little breakfast
is that, Charlie was someone who once said, guns save lives after a school shooting. Charlie was someone who was willing to debate and downplay the death of George Floyd in the hands of Minneapolis police.
I think he called him a scumbag.
Right, have no regard.
He was. He robbed a pregnant woman at gunpoint. He did porn. He had a counterfeit money. He was overdosing on pills. Oh, he called him a scumbag. Well, I guess he deserved to get shot then. He called some criminal a scumbag.
Slavery and what Black people have gone through in this country by saying Juneteenth should never exist. And I think, there are a lot of people who are out there talking about him just wanting to have a civil debate.
Complete rewriting of history.
Yeah.
What do you mean? He was always doing civil debates.
Yeah, there is nothing more effed up, than to completely pretend that his words and actions have not been recorded and in existence for the last decade or so.
So what? He deserved it? So he deserved it? Look at her face when she says this.
Than to completely pretend that his words and actions have not been recorded.
He deserved it?
And
have not been recorded. Look at the joy. She doesn't care at all. This woman's been elected to our government and thinks it's okay. Oh, he said something bad about George Floyd. Well, I guess he deserved to die, huh? Openly hates Americans. I know, she's the worst. We got some more. Where's the rest of the crazy leftists? Here's one. This one's wild.
Don't you think
I can't live around these people.
How do you feel about Charlie Kirk getting assassinated?
Some people say it's deserved.
To get murdered in front of his children and family?
When God calls you home, you gotta go.
You think God called him home? It's well deserved. For him specifically getting killed, womp womp, he got what he deserved.
deserved. Honestly, I feel like he just got what he deserved. No shade.
Don't you think it's disgusting to be celebrating someone's death?
Well, coming from a perspective as a woman of color, and
that justifies it?
100%, I feel like. Because nobody gave a f when it was MLK, Malcolm X.
We don't like those kind of deaths either.
There's no group of white people that I see pushing so hard for those type of deaths.
That was a while ago. We equally condemn those deaths.
Do we? I mean,
you're talking to me right now. Do you think that most conservative white men want black people to die?
Well, the one who recently just died, Charlie, definitely thought so. You basically wanted black people to be slaves. Like, what are you talking about?
I feel like if you wish death on other people, for that to happen to you, it's kind of like, that's just karma.
Who does he wish death on?
He said awful things about trans people, doesn't care about their rights, or like, he's a conservative.
So if you don't like trans people, you deserve to be shot in the neck?
100% the people who oppress us deserve to die. Like,
so if you don't like trans people, you deserve to be shot in the neck.
If you're a conservative, you deserve to die. That's what these young kids are being taught these days. So tired of it. The fatigue is reaching levels I never thought possible.
yes, like he made it very known verbally that he does not support any of us, and he spoke reckless, and I guess he got hit for that, so he put himself at risk saying all those nasty ass things and then going publicly in front of people. And plus he was the same person that said guns lives matter, right? So obviously what happened to him is just like, he would approve of it. Guns lives matter. Someone used the gun and it saved lives. We agree.
I need you guys to understand the severity of the situation here. Communism, Marxism, or this oppressor versus oppressed mindset has been infected into the minds of a lot of people. And the people who are teaching this, whether they be teachers or, these big people online, they are radicalizing our youth. And it's to see them through the lens of the oppressor. And this is why you have so many people cheering for the death of Charlie Kirk. Because if you've brainwashed and touch the mark of
we don't
death.
need to hear the rest from this guy. Wild. Here's another one. This woman got fired, I think, or is being investigated. Dude, it makes me hate him so much hearing this shit. I didn't even like Charlie, but hearing them say this thing about Charlie just...
So I keep on seeing posts about this Charlie dude, Kirk dude, whatever. Regardless. And let me just say this. I'm surprised that y'all didn't get rid of him sooner. And I'm surprised that you guys aren't getting rid of more people. Don't stop with him. Don't let him be the end dog. Get rid of them all. And the ones that are above him. Your mayor. Your city councilman.
Dude, I hope this girl or guy, whatever this is in jail. Calling for everybody to be assassinated.
People that keep on raising our shit, the CEO, get rid of them. Yeah.
Such a wake-up call on these people.
It was so crazy. I watched a 60-minute, whatever. Y'all know what I mean. 1 minute edit of the things he said, and they're so atrocious that his wife deserves to go too. Y'all keep on talking about his wife and kids. They need to go too because they're carrying on that mentality and that lineage. Get rid of the whole family. I'm so sorry.
Get rid of their whole families. How many of these people are around us? When I'm out in public, this is what people all around me are thinking? When there's non-whites around me in public places, is this what they're thinking in their mind?
Why did you guys stop with him? Why did you stop with him? Go get his grandma. Because who raised you? Your mom ought to be ashamed for breathing scum like you. Get rid of the whole family. Y'all too scary. Y'all too scary for revolution. Y'all too scary for progress. Y'all want results without putting in the work. You gonna have to take out trash to get a clean house.
Let's take out the trash.
If the trash can is stinking up the house, you gotta take out the garbage. Take the garbage out, y'all.
Nori Bell on TikTok. I'm going to see if she's still up on TikTok. They're doxing and creating databases, and people are getting fired. I don't know that they're doxing, but people are getting fired. They post these on their social medias. And now the media is like, oh no, people are losing their jobs for celebrating. It's what happened? You're the ones pushing that words and opinions have consequences, and now they're
not complaining. Me. I'm chilling.
Oh, you chilling? Nori_Bell.
Ernestine is my class.
What is this? Okay, here's another one.
Right now.
I actually mean it.
Yeah. How do you look at the death of Charlie Kirk?
I think he deserved it. I really believe he deserved it.
I don't know about his positions. I feel like he was so controversial and he probably shouldn't have a platform in the first place.
Doesn't know the positions. She just heard that some people don't like him, so he shouldn't have a platform. Dude, these people should not be allowed, and every one of these people should be immediately deported.
So, yeah, probably a little deserved.
I'm glad he's not with us anymore.
What did you say?
I'm glad he's not with us anymore.
Okay.
And I think that's a good thing.
You actually mean this?
Even the white
you're saying
what is
right
happening?
I actually mean it.
Yeah.
There is a sickness within the left. His daughter, you've probably heard this, when the bang went off, ran to him. And you have these people who have differing opinions.
Benjamin Netanyahu posts 39,000 likes. Charlie Kirk was a true friend of Israel.
Young Christians that believe that Israel is you. The greatest trip I ever took was to Israel, and the second greatest trip I ever took was to Israel, and I've only been there twice. I'm a huge supporter of the Holy Land, of Judea and Samaria, and up against the terrorist organizations, Hezbollah, and the Palestinian Authority. I go to college campuses, and I've spoke at more college campuses than any Christian conservative in the last couple of years. Stanford, Berkeley, Brown, UCLA, University of Texas, University of Michigan, Michigan State University, you name it, I've probably spoken at it. Major universities or states all across the country, from Montana State to Maine. And I am confronted many times by young Christians that believe that Israel is an oppressive apartheid state that basically should not exist in its current form. And so I'm here to clearly communicate to you that we have to do a much better job of communicating, of conveying, I should say, the geopolitical significance of the state of Israel. The world's a better place because of the state of Israel. We have all three monotheistic religions represented in the Israeli Knesset and the Israeli Supreme Court. Israel actually expresses freedom of religion. I'll never forget when I was driving down to Hebron last year, and you're driving down south from Jerusalem, and there's this sign, and I don't speak Arabic, nor do I speak Hebrew. So I turned to my driver. I said, "What does that sign say?" There was no English translation, and there was a arrow in the middle, and an arrow to the right, arrow to the left, and the arrows to the right and left were red, and the arrow in the middle was black or some other, not a warning color. And so I said, "What does that mean?" They said, "Well, if we turn right, you'll die." What do you mean you'll die? Well, if you turn right, you go into the Palestinian Authority-controlled territories, and as a Christian, a Westerner, or a Jew, they'll kill you. I said, well, what kind of ridiculous double standard here?
That's such a lie. You're a Westerner and a Christian. You'll die if you go into Palestine.
If Arabs come in,
it's funny because these idiot haters online will say the opposite. They'll say if you try to go to Palestine and fly in through Israel, they'll kill you.
Into the Israeli occupied areas, they're given benefits and rights to vote. You go into the Palestinian Authority areas.
Maybe him when he's like the top spokesman for Israel.
Authority-controlled areas, you get your head cut off. That was a really interesting moment for me.
Funny how I went all over Palestine and the West Bank and didn't have my head cut off. Didn't have one Palestinian do like the slightest thing. They're all very hospitable, actually. So he gets up and lies like that. Crazy. No wonder Netanyahu's sharing that. Okay, Rachel Kleinfeld's attempt to link Nick Fuentes to the Charlie Kirk. A lot of the left is ignoring the facts that this guy was living with a transgender man converting to be a woman, converting. And they're trying to blame Nick Fuentes and the Groypers, and this guy, as far as everything I've seen, is not a Groyper. It doesn't stop this Jewish woman, Rachel Kleinfeld, they were citing her in the Wall Street Journal and Reuters, already making it onto the Wikipedia page, trying to blame Nick and Groypers for this attack. Senior fellow at the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace said the symbology found on the bullet's casing suggests the shooter had an affiliation with the so-called Groyper movement. It's literally nonsense. As critical as I am of Nick, trying to pin this on him is a lie. Kleinfeld is Jewish. But this is ultimately just going to give him more press. A bunch of mainstream media are talking about Groypers because of this, and they're actually, in the end, they're exonerating him. In fact, I think they removed some of these sections from the Reuters article. Some Jew was trying to scapegoat and deflect blame. Kleinfeld said that in some respects, the ideological beliefs of the shooter don't matter. What matters is how they're taken by society. And if our society chooses to keep pointing fingers, like she's pointing the fingers at Republicans and Nick, he should be able to sue her for this, for a lot. And if our society chooses to keep pointing fingers, whether the person turns out to be right, left, or just unstable, then the violence will grow from the pointing of fingers. She's complaining about pointing fingers as she blames Nick for this when he didn't even have anything to do with it. Kleinfeld said that most perpetrators of political violence were not clearly on one ideological side or another. That is a lie. But typically driven by a hodgepodge of conspiracy belief and mental illness. There she is. Wall Street Journal and New York Times are trying to link the Charlie Kirk shooter to Nick Fuentes because of a song, Bella Ciao, was on a random Spotify playlist for Groypers. Some random Groyper made some irrelevant playlist that had a song on it, and they're tying that and saying it's Nick's fault. They cry out in pain as they point fingers at you. Yeah, exactly. But hey, a bunch of Groypers and Christians, when the church shooting happened a couple weeks ago with that trans man, girl, whatever it was, they were trying to blame me. They were making memes that it was my fault. Remember that? The Wall Street Journal said it's very clear the shooter was a leftist. They're in these Discord and chat groups with all of these weird trans satanic cultists. I don't know if they're actually satanic. Nick's being framed. It's an eclectic ideological movement marked by video game themes, anti-gay, Nick Fuentes, white supremacy, irony. She said it certainly leans right, but it's quite eclectic. Beyond parody. Kleinfeld went on PBS News on Thursday to say the most dangerous thing our leaders can do now is pointing the finger at the other side. And 2 days later, she went on Reuters to point the finger at Nick Fuentes and the Groypers. She looks like a young, who's the congresswoman from Florida? Debbie Wasserman Schultz. She's got that phenotype.
You know, rather than brace themselves.
That Jewess, that lying
rather than brace themselves, I'd love to see them do something. Political violence is highly predictable. This kind of trend line that we've been seeing rise since 2015, it's highly predictable what makes it go up and what can make it come down. What we need is for our political leaders on both sides to condemn this unequivocally, especially once it comes out who actually committed this, because we still don't know that person's ideology. Whomever side that person is on needs to condemn extra loud, but really everyone needs.
You didn't condemn your side. You lied and blamed Groypers.
There are politicians to condemn it. We need to stop supporting politicians who are using it as a political football and saying this will give us the go-ahead to go after the other side. And then as communities, we have to say no longer, not on our watch.
Oh, it's just a political football to point out this high rate of violent trans ideology that want to murder people because we don't respect their pronouns.
As Jeff was saying, we are a heavily armed society. That doesn't lead directly to political violence. Otherwise, we wouldn't have seen this rise. But it sure does enable it once it gets going. And we all have a stake in pulling it down.
Did he write a written note before,
Jeff, are there
the
examples?
Assassination attempt? That's what the governor said yesterday.
Uh-oh.
And what did that say, if you could share that?
Sorry, started playing another video. Even Ben Shapiro is defending Nick and the Groypers. When Bill Maher tried to blame them, he goes, no, they wouldn't. The guy shot him because he was hateful, not because he wasn't hateful enough.
Here's what I was told so far, and I'll tell you what was wrong. First, I heard he's a
Matt Walsh has been, who works for Ben Shapiro, has also been defending the Groypers.
He's a Republican. Not true. Okay, then he was a donor to Trump. Not true. His father works in the sheriff's office. Not true. There was a picture of him wearing a pro-Trump shirt. Not true. Member of the Democratic Socialists of America. Not true. We don't know what he is.
Well,
how are you so sure he's of the left? Now, I agree when you write on a bullet, what did he write on the bullet? Catch this
fascist, which is also a gamer thing.
Okay, but now I'm hearing he may have been part of that group for whom Charlie Kirk was not right-wing enough.
You mean the Groypers, yes. I mean, so that would...
you're sure he's not that?
I'm not sure that he's not that.
A minute ago you were sure what he was.
Hold on, Bill. Hold on. Okay, because I've been...
You were.
The extreme high likelihood, given the fact that he said to his family that Charlie Kirk was too hateful, is that he was not a Groyper, because the Groypers would have said that Charlie wasn't hateful enough. Okay, let's be very, I know this movement.
I know this movement. They've attacked me for years. Rachel Kleinfeld, who tried to link Fuentes and the Groypers, says she hopes he wasn't for the left. She's like, don't use this as a political football. She's like, I hope he's not a leftist. And then it was a leftist, and she still blames the Groypers. Dude, this Jew, she should be sued for this.
I'm not exactly.
If they did this to me, I would want to sue. That's for sure.
I'm not exactly pushing back, but I guess that presupposes a little bit that the attack on Charlie Kirk is from the left. I mean, I hear you. No, it doesn't. I'm getting that wrong.
No, I mean, I don't know who did this, and I sure hope that it was not from the left. That would be better. But it doesn't.
And if it is from the left, she'll just lie and say he was a Groyper. They're such shameless liars.
Left, that would be better. But it doesn't matter, because the first Trump assassination also was not from the left.
What?
It was just a guy who was going to also had Biden on his target list. And it's been made in the ideology.
Has anybody heard that? I've not heard that. If that was the case, that might be why we haven't heard more about it.
Of this far right that you're seeing online, it's part of a line. Brett Kavanaugh, Trump assassination, now Charlie Kirk. It doesn't matter that it wasn't from the left, because that part has been erased in the common litany of grievances. And so, I hope this wasn't from the left for all sorts of good reasons, but I'm not sure it'll make that much of a difference.
Can you tell me why you say that? Is it because you say that not as a...
She's going to blame Groypers.
I think I'm hearing you right. That you say that not as a person who is...
Such a lying Jew.
Oh, well, I'm from the left and I don't want it to be one of my people. You're saying it as it's better to contain it on one side. Like if it exists on one side, it's easier to contain than if you do actually have now a burgeoning problem on the left where you're getting into a Hatfields versus McCoy.
Absolutely. I mean, it's just about the momentum of violence, right? If one side keeps punching, that's bad. That's really bad. But it's much worse when one side punches, the other punches back. That causes an escalation. And when the government isn't saying, stop it and go to your corners, but is favoring one side, you can imagine the other side says, okay, well, then I'll get my big brother. The way violence works is if they don't trust a referee, you get people taking it into their own hands. And I think...
Apply this logic to Israel after October 7th. Oh, it doesn't matter who attacked you. Oh, let's not escalate in the violence.
That's where the country is, and that trend line just tends to accelerate things quite a bit. And it also, by the way, I think I mentioned it accelerates non-political violence too. You just start seeing copycats of various sorts.
I hope Fuentes puts this lady. I hope he sues her and she loses her home and everything she owns and lives on the streets. That's what I would want. That would be justice for how big of a brazen lie this is. Cat ladies are a problem. That is true. Look at Destiny, too. Top liberal streamer Destiny. I'm not even going to repeat what he says.
To their leadership to turn down the temperature.
I've been seeing all types of clips of him saying stuff kind of like
the
this.
crime statistics? Not exactly like...
You need conservatives to be afraid of getting killed when they go to events so that they look to their leadership to turn down the temperature. The issue is right now, they don't feel like there's any fear. Like, I don't know. It's like memes. It's just memes to everybody, I guess. I don't know, bro. I don't know. I don't care. I'm playing video games. Okay, I'm done today. I don't give a fuck. God, it's gonna be so fucking gay if I get killed in the next fucking 2 months of shit I'm doing. Well, the cuck shit out here. Please don't anybody make any actual fucking, the most cucked, weak ass, fucking bullshit ass speeches on my side. God, if it happens, holy shit, I'm going to make a death note before I go out to go live and not... God, it's so cucked.
This was before, I think.
Optics cucked.
I think it was before.
Flash out the crime statistics.
Everybody's digging up a bunch of liberal clips of Hassan Piker and this guy saying provocative things, incitement to violence. Okay, look, this is funny. NBC News now. So because people are celebrating, leftists are celebrating Charlie Kirk being assassinated, they're posting it on their TikToks, on their social medias. People are finding them, reporting them to their bosses, and they're getting fired. But now it's not good for people to lose their jobs or face consequences after sharing opinions on social media. Funny, when NBC and all the mainstream media was justifying censorship of people like me for my opinions on social media and banning me from everywhere for my opinions, that was good. But when it happens to them, then it's bad. And you don't hate these mainstream media people enough. Following the death of conservative activist Charlie Kirk, educators across the country have found themselves facing swift
Elmo sent
termination.
$5. It's
Elmo.
Russian/Israeli 5th-gen cyber warfare. Mass scan tranny forums with AI. Hook a psycho. Get him escalated with chatbot to make the K. They got 8,200 guys or Russians running it.
Wow. Berm Pit's in the chat. He says, I got fired for basically having you as a guest. It was because of me? Only me? You guys are, I wouldn't blame me. You guys are pretty hardcore on your own, even without me. But thanks for having me on, though. Questioning Jesus is the final straw that got you to lose your job. Wow. Good to see you here, though, Berm Pit. Oh, so termination. Now NBC is mad that their side is getting censored. How about that? Elmo is our guy. That is true, though. They do already have... Well, they're going to unleash this Gideon pre-crime Palantir thing to stop... There's a solution to this problem to stop these crimes before they happen. I'm sure we'll see that roll out for sure. And could they have a wind up a crazy online with a chatbot? Maybe, but families saying that this guy got radicalized by his partner, by his trans partner, and their little crew. I mean, you don't even need to be wound up by a foreign chatbot. It's just the media. You can just listen to the media and the politicians and the things they say about the right. That's enough to wind people up right there. Okay. So, New York Post. Over 10,000 posts tie Charlie Kirk's murder to Israel as conspiracy theories explode online. Greenblatt of the ADL writes, anti-Semitic conspiracy theories have exploded online following the murder of Charlie Kirk. In less than 48 hours, ADL has tracked over 10,000 mentions of Israel killed Charlie Kirk on X. It's way more than 10,000 mentions. Maybe that's just that line, that phrase. This is a textbook example of how bad actors take advantage of breaking news to promote false, hateful narratives. What about all of the Zionists taking advantage, trying to turn Charlie into their Zionist saint and rally support for Israel because of all of this? Okay, I wanted to see some of the comments on here. Every single time, trans lover can carry this out. This is IDF coded. Why would they think that? Everybody's sharing the clips of him criticizing, doing his mild criticisms of Israel. Well, so much so that Netanyahu actually addressed the conspiracy on Newsmax.
Israel pushes the...
Before I let you go, I want you to address one thing, and it's just the absurdity of it. Some of the internet.
The crazy thing is, even if they did do it, and even if tons of people, hundreds of thousands of people on Twitter think they did it, and there's conspiracy videos for decades about this, The mainstream narrative and the people in power are going to go along with the official story, and it almost doesn't even matter. And they're just going to point to the conspiracies online and say, oh, those are anti-Semites lying again. Blood libels, tropes. We're the victims. They always do this to us. Poor us. That'll be the narrative anyway, regardless of what happened. If they did it or not. If they did it or not, they're still going to maintain the narrative, no matter how many people are saying they did it on Twitter.
Before I let you go, I want you to address one thing, and it's just the absurdity of it. Some of the internet rumors that somehow Israel is behind the Charlie Kirk murder, and I don't believe it for 1 second, but I want you to make a statement. It's so absurd.
That's insane. That's insane. Israel also changes the orbit of the moon. Israel pushes the sun.
I mean, you guys did blow up a bunch of secret pagers in an operation. You have been assassinating all these leaders and bragging how you're 007 and stuff. But, it's a political assassination? That's insane. It would be insane to think that they would take out their top Shabbos Goy. It's all based on the idea that he was gonna turn on them and they were gonna lose him, and they'd rather take him out and turn him into a martyr and a victim, and then control his narrative. I'm not convinced, honestly, that he really was turning against him. Even if he shifted, he was 5% less Zionist apologist. They had his phone tapped. Oh, I'm sure they did. Well, if he was turning against him, where's the wife to come out and say she thinks they did it, they were turning against him? Is nobody going to speak up? We're going to cover the gray zone thing and the Harrison Smith thing. Apparently, there's 2 sources of somebody close to Charlie that are claiming that he was worried for his life for turning against Israel. Well, where is it? Who is this friend? Is he that scared that they're going to kill him that he's not going to speak out and say it? If he spoke out and said it and then he gets killed, it would just be way too obvious. Everybody would know.
I mean, the whole thing is, it's not only insane, it's...
Good point, Doc J. Colliday. If Mossad did it, then the shooter would have been a Nazi or a Groyper or a Palestinian.
I think it's so absurd, so stupid, and so ridiculous. You can't believe that people are saying...
Pure Bullock, shut up. Shut up. So stupid. I'm getting to all those videos in a second. Adam's not playing the videos. He's not playing the videos. Shut up. Stupid Spurgs. Schizo Spurgs. This is why I don't take some of this stuff seriously. Yeah, and I played all those videos in the last stream.
At the bottom of this.
Annoying idiot.
They go, they have no limits. When you hate Jews, when you hate the Jewish state, you're willing to say anything and promote all these absurd rumors. And by the way, they're willing to kill us all the time. I mean, that's what they're doing. And over the centuries, when Jews, especially in the Middle Ages, the horrific Middle Ages, the worst things were said about Jews you couldn't possibly believe. We were poisoning the wells. We were drinking the blood of Christian children. You name it. I mean, these things, that continued.
See, it gives them the opportunity to talk about all the blood libels, all the conspiracies, all the tropes. That dude on the left looks bad. Gretchen Wiltmer or something. No, what is her name? I forget her name. It's a man, baby.
Actually, up to the Holocaust. The Nazis said the same thing. We're carrying vermin, we're spreading disease. And people believed it. And every time they believed it, this was a prelude to a greater and greater massacre, culminating with the worst massacre of them all, the Holocaust. Well, since then, we've learned, when people spread these lies about us, prepare yourself for the assault. And, they're trying to delegitimize the state of Israel. Charlie Kirk said to me that, he wrote me this detailed letter, you have to fight the slander. These untruths, these vilifications have consequences. And he was right. But I'll tell you one thing, we're fighting on the battlefield against the terrorists and winning. And he was fighting on the battlefield of ideas. And I think he was winning. He was going to win. That's why they shot him. I hope they don't silence him. I don't think people will give in to these ridiculous lies.
They certainly are. Look at this. ADL's article. They blacked out Harrison, or they blurred out Harrison Smith's name, and he's the one that did the tweet a month before that he said someone close to Charlie had told Harrison Smith that Charlie was worried for his life for criticizing Israel. I would not put it past Israel at all if they really did think he was going to turn away. If they thought that, because they gave him all the donations, they built him up, they made him, they gave him what he had basically. And if they thought that he was going to turn away and not support them, I would not put it past them to do it. But also seeing all these crazy leftists out there that are celebrating the death, I wouldn't have put it past some crazy trans autist to try to take a shot also. Both can be true, by the way, at the same time. Charlie Kirk was having some drama with his Jewish donors. He was pushing back the slightest little bit, and still some leftists thought Charlie was a Nazi and spreading hate and wanted to take him out. Both can be true. No, I do not believe at all that Charlie is still alive and enjoying shekels on a beach in Tel Aviv. No. I'm not going to go for any of the kooky stuff saying that it was fake, it was CGI, it was fake blood or any of that stupid stuff. We're not going there. Come on. You really want people that do that really make people look like schizos.
Perspective and going, first of all, without, so then I'm thinking about it from Israel's perspective and going, first of all, without my tweet as context, it kind of doesn't make any sense because Charlie Kirk is the pro-Zionist guy. He is the pro-Israel guy. He holds that banner and he's known as that. So to say Israel is going to kill him, that genuinely doesn't make any sense.
Not fake.
But then when you think of it as, what if he was going in that direction? What if they were listening in to him and he was in communications with people saying, hey, I think I'm going to go this direction, and they knew his intentions or saw this pattern? Then suddenly it's like, okay, here's this pro-Zionist guy with this incredibly powerful platform that they built, by the way, that Charlie has thanks to them. So if he's going to take what they gave him and turn it against them, that could literally destroy Israel, because the youth is people they're most concerned about. They're bringing over all these under 30 people to Israel to train. They're very concerned about the youth perception of Israel. Charlie is the dude when it comes to Israel. He is such a powerful component of their apparatus. And so then you think like, all right, we can't let him turn. That's just like totally unacceptable. And if he starts to turn and we take him out then we'll be blamed. So, you take him out before he ever really genuinely turns, and then he's a Zionist martyr, and maybe you blame it on a Palestinian, and then you get more anti-Semitism.
It's not out of the realm of possibility that Charlie could have been turning too. From his public statements, that definitely seems to be the case a little bit. He sees the way the wind is blowing. He sees the pressure that he was getting from both sides at Turning Point with the Groypers and people more to the right of him, chomping at his heels. Look at Candace Owens. Look at lots of big influencers that are all of a sudden coming out hard against Israel. Ones that used to be big shills are doing it.
Stuff, and unify the right, and they stop criticizing your guy, anymore. Man. I don't know, man. So again, Israel was never my top suspect until, I've spent 24 hours thinking about it, and I'm like, it's not unreasonable. It's not even out of the question in terms of would Israel do this? I mean, it's like, guys, they've done it 14 times since Clinton and I started this conversation. So, it's like, it's in their wheelhouse. And if nothing else, it just shows how much they needed Charlie Kirk, because, man, nobody's going to be defending them anymore. And their reputation is in the toilet. Honestly.
He really was like their biggest defender. This was funny. Look at this video.
Damn clue who you are.
Yeah, you do.
Say my name.
Do what?
Let's look at the article first. Anti-Semitic and anti-Israel conspiracy theories follow Charlie Kirk's shooting. I haven't looked at this yet. When did this come out? 9/12. Oh, a few days ago. Okay. Unprecedented level. Charlie Kirk murder. Paul Miller, Gypsy Crusader, 31,000 likes. GDL associate Paul Miller, Stu Peters, Ian Carroll, 100,000 likes for the Ian Carroll one, saying this was like right after it happened to. So the next day he said he was their friend. He dedicated his life to them, and they murdered him in front of his family. Again, acting like you know, like accusing them of doing it just because you think it might have happened, just because you found a couple clips, that's a little absurd, jumping the gun and claiming like you know it happened. Here's the one where they blurred out Harrison. Harrison's the only one that got blurred out. Isn't that interesting? I'm not going to name names, but I was told someone close to Charlie Kirk that Charlie thinks Israel will kill him if he turns against him. Well, maybe you should tell us those names now, considering he was killed. Syrian Girl, Jackson Hinkle. It's a lot of the big Russia shills are the biggest names promoting this. All right. Max Blumenthal, another big Russia guy. He was just over in Russia at the Dugin conference, right? He's on here with, he had the article out of the Gray Zone saying Charlie rejected money that Netanyahu wanted to give him and that he was critical of Iran stuff. Let's see this.
Does the President of the United States fear for his life?
Yes. Yes. I mean, obviously he fears for his life. And I was told that he feared for his life before the 2 assassination attempts, one coming within a millimeter of striking his head.
Netanyahu gave him a pager. We all know that's a threat. Trump knows that's a threat.
I mean, let's not forget about that.
But I mean, just to clarify, he doesn't fear for his life because of Ireland.
No.
I mean, I've been told, yes, that Israel is a major source of concern for Trump. I mean, think about it. What would happen
this
if
is
the
our
president
ally.
just, if he suspended arms to, if he suspended arms to a country that carries out assassinations all across the globe, that specializes in assassinations, that has an entire wing of its intelligence services that conducts assassinations, including with household goods like pagers, would you not be scared? So yes, Trump is scared. And what I learned from this source, who is a Trump insider, someone who talks to the...
Again, their whole article that they do here is from an anonymous source, too.
Who has, you know...
Not the greatest. Not the greatest.
Talks to people in the Oval Office, people close to Trump, is that during one of Netanyahu's many visits to the U.S. this year, some figures in his retinue, Israeli agents, placed electronic devices on emergency response Secret Service vehicles. The Secret Service found them and they reported this to the White House. You know, these would be emergency response vehicles that would respond to an incident.
Remember, they had Trump's first term, they had the Stingray trackers, spy devices.
Potentially involving the president.
Okay, I think there's more clips from him.
Does the President of the United States...
Okay, here's Charlie Kirk was pissed at Israel. Here's
abuse.
Megyn Kelly and Tucker talking about
He was one of the
that.
only people, I mean, truly one of the only people to go to the president whom he loved. He loved Donald Trump, like personally as well. And I think the president really loved him in a real way. But he was one of the only people to go to the Oval Office and say, sir, I totally understand and think Iran's really bad, but a war with Iran is not, you know, is something that could really hurt our country. I mean, boy, that was an unpopular position. He didn't need to express it. Oh, of course. And he did it again. He didn't have some weird agenda. He wasn't mad at anybody. He was for his country and he was for doing the right and wise and difficult thing. And he said that. He went to the Oval Office to say that. He took massive abuse from his own donors, which is also something that you don't see people. And he loved his donors. It wasn't a hostile thing, but they had a different view. A lot of them, not all, but a lot. And they expressed it to him in a very intense way. I know because he showed me. And he said, look, I understand your perspective. This is my perspective, and we're going to do what we think is the right thing.
Well, he knows. Charlie was complaining that they were calling him anti-Semitic.
$5. The only thing Israel is probably behind is having influencers blame Israel so that they can pass anti-Semitism laws.
Yeah, via through Russia, the Russian networks. Good point. And even if that's not the case, that's what's going to end up happening.
He was the voice of young people. I mean, there are no young people in the country anymore supporting.
So you're telling me how many people have to be in on it if it's Mossad, by the way? The family of the shooter, all the people in the chat group of the shooter's boyfriend. trans boyfriend, the dad that reported him, everybody at the FBI and the local police. Like, how many people are going to all the insiders, all of Charlie's best friends, like Don Jr. and Jack Posobiec and Bannon and Tucker, all of them, they're all in on it. Nobody's saying that it was Israel that did it. The wife didn't have conversations with him about him fearing for his life or anything.
This war and wanting Israel to continue its bombing campaign. That's just the truth. Look at the polls. And he was in touch with them. And even where his own opinion may have differed from their opinion, he felt like he owed it to them to bring their message to the sitting president of the United States. I mean, it was, that's what's been snuffed out.
Well, as he has been, unfortunately, but he was one of the very few people I have met who combined a love for everyone involved with strong views. So again, he was not animated by anything creepy or weird. I mean, you knew him intimately, so you know this is true. If you talk to him off camera, he would say, I really, I love whoever I'm talking about, but I think this is wrong, it's immoral, it's bad for everybody involved, both sides. And he would say that, and he could say that because it was sincere. It was completely sincere, but I cannot overstate the amount of attacks he took privately over this, absolutely for real. And having lived in Washington most of my life and seen people run nonprofits, I've never met one who was willing. Stand up is too strong. He wasn't confrontational, but he would just say, no, I'm sorry that you feel that way, but I think this is the right thing. The people we represent, which is mostly young people, they believe this, and I believe it also. It was brave but loving at the same time. And I'm not sure he made a lot of headway, by the way. I mean, I think he made real enemies in doing that, but his view didn't change. Anyway.
He made real enemies, huh? Okay, let's see Harrison saying, say my name because they blocked out his name. Look.
Say my name. Do what? I don't have a damn clue who you are.
Yeah, you do. I'm the one who said Charlie thinks Israel will kill him if he turns against them.
Bullshit. Ian Carroll and Syrian Girl started that one.
You sure? That's right. Now, say my name.
Say my name.
So weird.
Do what? I don't have a damn clue who you
Harrison shared that.
Asking if, it's weird when you're trying to tell the truth and everybody's trying to figure out why you're doing it. It's like I say something positive about Jewish people and everybody's like,
Doc Jake Holiday, the Russian propagandists have always been attacking me and blacklisting me, actually.
Like you got the call, you're scared, you took the money. It's like, guys, it's not that complicated. See, if you have Jewish friends, their grandmothers get the ADL newsletter because unlike right-wing Twitter, they still have a deep and abiding trust for these institutions.
Why are you talking
And then
like this?
my friends get calls from their grandmothers asking if their friends want to kill them all. Oh. That's fucked up. That's what these people think. That's what it does when the ADL puts you in their article. It makes your friends, little Jewish grandmothers who you love, think that you want to kill them. It's fucked up. It's weird when you're...
This is funny. I don't know if Israel killed Charlie Kirk, but if something happens to me, it was Israel.
Shooting suspect here.
After listening to Benjamin Netanyahu call you out and say words have consequences, I would really watch your back.
Shooting suspect here.
Yeah, Harrison, no more of the... I deleted that one. No more of the... I just had it on the tip of my tongue. What's it called when people whisper into the microphone and they do things in the microphone? I don't need to hear that. I don't need to hear that from you, Harrison. I swear it's like an abbreviation name. I just had it on the tip of my head. I don't watch it, so I don't remember. ASMR, that's right. Okay, let's do this. Details emerge after the moments immediately after. They're claiming that they have matched DNA now. Apparently with
incorrect information that he descended by ladder, but in reality he dropped down from the ledge. In doing so,
for all the people that think it's a conspiracy too, we're going to get a trial. There's going to be a trial for this guy. He's still alive.
he left behind palm and shoe prints, which were crucial for forensic analysis. Though some describe it as a significant vertical descent due to the sloped embankment, he used his hands to grip the ledge and lowered himself as far as possible before dropping to the ground. The bolt-action rifle, identified as an older Mauser model, was still with him as he made his descent. Observers noted that he appeared practiced and did not discard the weapon at this stage, likely holding it in one hand or slinging it as he moved. After landing, he briefly limped, possibly from the impact, but quickly
I saw a post on Twitter about how if this was like a Mossad hired guy, he wouldn't be jumping, risking getting caught and twisting an ankle and not being able to walk. He would have had like a little, some type of rope or ladder to help himself down instead of jumping and risking turning an ankle on that landing and not being able to run away. This is not seen on the CCTV clip they released. Yes, it is. I saw the CCTV. That was the first thing they had. Oh, the rifle. It was far away. It might be hard to see the rifle because it's so thin.
Gain his composure and fled on foot into a wooded area adjacent to the university. Notably, palm prints and shoe prints left at the landing spot were documented by forensic investigators and proved vital to the case.
Chuck Taylor All-Stars he was wearing. They saw the footprint. Everybody's buying them up now, some Chuck Taylors. Does anybody in the chat wear Chuck Taylor All-Stars? Converse All-Stars? I haven't had a pair of those since I was in the second grade. It's like the worst shoe ever.
He walked all the way to this location, blending seamlessly into the crowd.
So trendy with all the
suspect in the
Antifas.
Charlie Kirk shooting had a brief encounter with an excavator operator near a construction site behind Utah Valley University's Losey building. According to construction workers present shortly after the shooting, the suspect approached the construction area and asked the excavator operator if he could pass through. The operator informed him that pedestrians were not allowed on the site and stopped him there. The suspect reportedly responded calmly, saying he was trying to get home safely following the incident. This interaction took place before police and emergency responders arrived at the scene. The construction site, located near the wooded area where the sniper rifle was later recovered.
That's right, I saw that video too. When he walked into the school, he had the gun in his pants, and he was walking with a crazy limp. It looked like a limp because he couldn't bend his knee.
Was part of the suspect's escape route after he jumped off the rooftop and fled from the campus. Within the next few seconds, he ran across a grassy section and headed into the nearby wooded area, rifle still in hand, until he was beyond the immediate campus property. The rifle was ultimately found wrapped in a towel in the woods along the suspect's escape path, indicating he discarded it shortly after leaving campus grounds.
Isn't that pretty retarded to leave the gun? He stashed it like a 30-second walk away. Odd. Here's this. Cash Patel says there was no note left by Robinson.
Which is, and I'm going to...
Written note, did he write a written note before the assassination attempt? That's what the governor said yesterday. And what did that say, if you could share?
So what I'm able to say... I'm sorry. So what I'm able to say is I addressed it partially earlier, is that the written note, we believe, did exist, and we have evidence to show what was in that note, which is, and I'm going to summarize, basically saying, the suspect wrote a note saying, I have the opportunity to take out Charlie Kirk, and I'm going to take it. That note was written before the shooting. Evidence of its existence, we now have learned, existed before the shooting, was in the location in the suspect and partner's home. But we have since learned that the note, even though it has been destroyed, we have found forensic evidence of the note, and we have confirmed what that note says because of our aggressive interview posture at the FBI.
Written note. Okay, so there was a note. Let's see. You guys saw that he said he'll see him in Valhalla. All the Christians were mad.
Lastly, to my friend Charlie Kirk, rest now, brother. We have the watch, and I'll see you in Valhalla.
Yes. Valhalla. I'll see you in Valhalla. Charlie. No, just kidding. He's going to the Jew heaven. He's definitely going to Jew heaven. Me, not interested in the Jew heaven.
Forget about it.
Charlie Kirk says Jew hate has no place in civil society. It rots the brain. Reject it. This was like a week before he died, by the way. He would probably
Zorndaridum
be
sent
disgusted.
$5. Doesn't even need to know Mossad is involved. He is just a patsy or a willing killer. But he could have had clandestine help. That's my working theory, if indeed Israeli agents are involved. That recreation video was made within 26 hours afterward. Seuss.
I saw a bunch of footage of all the security cameras of them seeing him walk away, run away, walk in. There's cameras everywhere. They caught him on some of them. So, if Charlie Kirk is looking down from heaven, what is he saying about all these people saying that you think he'd be happy? All these people trying to blame Israel? Or would he think that you have brain rots? Guess it doesn't really matter what he thinks anymore. Okay, let's see. Where else do we have here? Stu Peters says it's pretty obvious that Israel hoarded the hit. It's obvious. It's obvious. Just like Stu's a liar. He says it's obvious Adam's a Jew, right? We can trust Stu Peters. 54,000 likes. Yeah, it's Stu Peters. It's obvious that the earth is flat. It's obvious there's a firmament. It's obvious there's snake venom in the water. It's obvious Tartary is real. Excerpt from the Gray Zone's piece. Charlie Kirk refused Netanyahu funding before he was frightened by pro-Israel forces before his death. Friend reveals. Anonymous friend. But this is true. I'm not saying this isn't true. Definitely certain to be the case that there was some type of rift going on. Ben Shapiro and Mark Levin call for the purging the right of America Firsters who think that there's a shadowy group. Chris Menahan here says that they were talking about Charlie Kirk in this
Like
clip.
the Marxist Islam. You and I, had people who we thought were conservatives sound a lot like the Marxist Islamists who were attending this event last week, don't they?
I think it's exactly right. Unfortunately, there's a grievance culture that has become the dominant strain on the left that says that all people in the world who are poor, who have bad lives, that is the fault of the West, that is the fault of Israel, it's the fault of capitalism, it's the fault of the Jews, it's the fault of anyone except for themselves. They have no agency, and thus all the systems must be torn down from the rooftops all the way down to the ground. And you see that sort of mirrored on a weird horseshoe part of the right that is now arguing sort of the same thing, that the problems that people have are intractable, that there's a shadowy group that's manipulating all of this, that America actually was never great. America was wrong in World War II. America never landed on the moon. And these kind of two forces are now bizarrely joining hands in the middle. It's very strange.
Do you think there's enough of an effort to push back? I find that conservative groups and conservative organizations that have these weekend events and these seminars, whether they're for young people or think tanks or that sort of thing, they sort of sprinkle these events.
Oh, he is talking about Charlie here. And he was seething over Tucker Carlson and Dave Smith at the last turning point.
That sort of thing. They sort of sprinkle these events with these kooks. They sprinkle these events with these American haters who claim to be American firsters and are...
Yeah, I'm sure your problem with them is that they're America haters. You're such a liar, such a fraud. They hate America. No, you're mad that they're criticizing Israel. We see right through you, you lying scum.
Fake MAGA, and even stabbed the president in the back.
You're fake.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's definitely an attempt by some of these organizations to quote unquote maintain the big tent. But the reality is that, as many have said, the problem with a big tent is that you may end up with many, many clowns inside. And the most fundamental thing is that just because you're saying somebody votes Republican, that does not mean that they ought to be the preacher at the front of the church. They're not the person who ought to be leading the movement if they are spending all day criticizing the president of the United States as covering.
This is Ben Shapiro and Mark Levin kvetching that Tucker Carlson, one of the most famous broadcasters, had the #1 news show in the world, shouldn't have a platform. Hating on Charlie for allowing Tucker to be at the big conference.
Up a Mossad rape ring, or being a tool of the Israelis for hitting an Iranian nuclear facility, a thing he has said literally his entire career that he was going to do. And so it seems to me that if we are to hold anything in sort of reverence, it ought to be the fundamental tenets of the American Republic, which I believe to reside in conservatism. And if conservative organizations are simply going to give up the ghost on that in order to maintain a sort of pseudo-coalition, that is a gigantic moral and political mistake.
Moral and political, you got to be with Israel, otherwise you're immoral. Sure, Shapiro.
Placed the democratically elected leader Mossadegh and put in the Shah, which then, of course, led to we put them in power. We displaced the Shah. We displaced the democratically elected leader Mossadegh and put in the Shah, which then, of course, led to the Ayatollahs of Iran. And then finally, is a nuclear weapon against Iran a threat to America? Probably. Could be. It's a threat to Israel, but
Yo, we're at 2.5 hours and not even halfway to the goal, guys. Let's get some donos in here. I want to hear what you have to say about all this. Share your thoughts. Support the channel. You want me to stream tomorrow? If we don't hit the goal, I'm taking tomorrow off and working on the book all day like I did over the weekend. It's up to you guys.
Is it a threat to America? I mean, India has nuclear weapons. Pakistan has nuclear weapons. So is it worth a potential another war with Iran? And the people that are, let's just say, advocates for preventing Iran from getting a nuclear weapon by all means necessary, they're the same architects that were perfectly fine with the Iraq War, the same designers of the Iraq War.
Wow. The same people pushing for, this is big for him. He's starting to notice. Everybody can see in the recent clips, he was, as Candace was saying, he was having a spiritual awakening. Doesn't mean Israel killed him. Still could have been a crazy leftist, but he undoubtedly was starting to see what was going on with Israel, at least a little bit. He noticed the same people that push for the war on terror and the war in Iraq are the same people pushing for Iran. He's talking about Jews. He's talking about Zionist Jews.
The primary way Iran can hurt this country is by sucking us into another Middle East quagmire, and they know it. And Iran would have the potential to be the worst Middle East quagmire of all time. Iran has 90 million people. That's more than 3 times as big as Iraq was when we invaded 22 years ago. It's larger than both Afghanistan and Iraq combined, both in population and in area.
Him saying this stuff is like constructive criticism. Like, he loves Israel. He wants what's best for them. And he's saying, don't do this. It looks bad. He's still looking out for the interest of Israel, even as he was criticizing them and trying to come off as not a total lapdog cheerleader.
Iraq was at least mostly a flat country. It's a bunch of cities along a couple rivers, the Tigris and the Euphrates. Iran isn't like that. It's almost all mountains. Iran has spent decades preparing specifically for war with the United States. Their military has lots of weapons designed for fighting a much stronger adversary. They have a lot of drones, a lot of speedboats, a lot of cheap, expendable weapons. They're far more formidable than Iraq or the Taliban were. And I seriously want your thoughts. Email me, freedom@charliekirk.com. Would you say it's a good idea to use military force to strike potential Iranian nuclear targets? My whole life, I've been told that Iran is getting a bomb. Iran is getting a bomb. Iran is...
Who told you that? Netanyahu?
Nuclear targets. My whole life, I've been told that Iran is getting a bomb. Iran is getting a bomb. Iran is getting a bomb. Iran is getting a nuclear bomb. And yet here in 2020...
Thank you, Six Gun Rebel.
Just giving support.
Thank you.
Do not have a nuclear bomb. So why should we trust the American intelligence without verifying it? Now, the other side of the argument is, Iran is this big threat. Same people that told us that Iraq was a big threat. The same people that told us the Taliban was a big threat. I'll be honest. Jews. Fine. I mean, I don't like Iran, but the evidence shows that every single one of these people, the last couple of decades, that is pushing for a conflict with Iran has not just failed miserably, has been one of the greatest catastrophes in American foreign policy ever. Thousands of lives needlessly lost of Americans, millions of people displaced, trillions of dollars spent. And let's be honest, at this particular moment, we cannot afford this war. We are economically vulnerable. There is massive de-dollarization
Waterweight sent $5 on Rumble. Would you say that Charlie Kirk is the largest conservative influencer that started to notice? I can't think of another one on the line so close.
Well, Candace Owens has more Twitter followers, and I'm not sure about her social media and views of her show. I think she had the biggest show.
Biodigital Goblin sent $20 on Rumble.
Thank you, Bigital the Goblin. He definitely was one of the biggest, and if he was starting to turn against them or not be fully under the control, they would see that as a big threat, and as like a big FU and a betrayal that I would not put it past him to do something. Charlie just seems like he was misguided. He had Christ brain. He was brainwashed into loving Israel because he believes in Jesus. But is anybody going to think like they thought he was like a bad person? He was a mean, bad person? Or was he just groomed and brainwashed and used and was maybe starting to think for himself and break the spell a little bit, just the slightest bit?
We're trying a difficult manufacturing pivot with tariffs. We've seen the rise of the Chinese Communist Party. We blew our military reserves in Ukraine. And now is the time that all of a sudden we want to try to get involved in another endless conflict. Let me be clear. It will not end with just military strikes. If you strike Iran on the interior, you will have a war. That is an act of war. And if that's what you want, that's fine. Make your case.
It's another one. I hadn't seen that one. Let's see what this one says. Piers Morgan. What does Piers Morgan say in this clip?
He read your post was 2 words. And neither did I. Never added any verb. I literally read your post was 2 words. And neither did Civil war.
It's clear that conservatives are under attack by a rabid left-wing sect of the population, which is being radicalized by media figures, very much like yourself. That is clear. We just saw a man bleed to death in front of his wife and children, purely because the media convinces everybody at home that he is evil somehow for having an opinion.
Women are permanent prey every single time they leave the house because of all of these liberal, femme-minded,
and why do you think
girl field, girl boss?
And why do you think
Tate is pissed?
And why do you think? And Andrew Tate, why do you think it is that people think you're a misogynist?
Nobody thinks that.
Nobody thinks that. That's funny. Confess to nothing. What's this one? Benny Johnson snapped on Cuomo for saying hate is coming from both sides. Oh, and we have a breaking news, too, about the shooter.
I don't really care how we got here so much. There is a lot of blame to go around. I do not see you guys as victims. You give as good as...
Hawk Shred sent $10 on Rumble. Considering current events, you should have Carlene Borisenko back on.
Yeah, I thought about that. I was wondering what she knows about these crazy violent trans groups and Antifa types. Her thoughts on this.
You get. I don't really care how we got here so much. There is a lot of blame to go around. I do not see you guys as victims. You give as good as you get. There is a lot of anger. There is a lot of exaggeration. It is all hate for profit on the fringe of this battling binary political system. My question is, my question is now what?
Charlie Kirk has never advocated. Charlie Kirk has never advocated violence ever. Charlie Kirk was only
I'm not saying he did.
a nonviolent, peaceful debater. He went into places where he knew he was hated in order to engage.
I agree.
Kindly and humanly
that
with people.
he was not
so
about
for you
violence.
to say that it's the same thing.
Hold on.
It's not, Chris.
Hold on. I'm not talking about it with Charlie. Benny, don't play games with me. I'm giving you latitude because you deserve it, because this was your friend and this is scary and it hurts and it could have just as easily been you.
The dehumanization is wrong. It's wrong. You'll never be able to chew me out, Chris, because I'll never dehumanize. If I hear that Joe Biden gets a terminal cancer diagnosis, if I hear that Joe Biden gets a terminal cancer diagnosis, I'll say a prayer for him. I'll say that I hope he lives the rest of his days painless. That's exactly what I said, and every person that I know and respect, and I know them all in my ecosystem, said the same thing. Not a single one of us celebrated. Not a single one of us celebrated Joe Biden's terminal cancer diagnosis. Now, I can show you a endless series of TikToks and celebration posts.
Shut up.
And
Let him
t-shirts
talk.
made celebrating this travesty. There is a fundamental difference of those who glorify death on the left, and it is demonic, it's sick, and it's dark, and it needs to be.
All right, but
it needs to be
I know,
disavowed.
Benny, I hear you.
Damage control, Cuomo sucks. Did you guys see this one? This is good to see too. This woman, this thing. They go to, what is it, Office Depot to try to get some posters, a big poster made for the vigil. And this woman's like, no, that's propaganda. We can't do that. She got fired right away. Look at this.
We came in for an order earlier.
Look at these people.
To print a poster for.
What a shock that this would hire that.
It's not.
It's propaganda. I'm sorry. We don't print that here.
Alrighty. So.
We don't print that here. Fat, disgusting.
I'm one of the managers.
Yes.
So, unfortunately.
Look, she's like, we ain't printing that for that white boy.
Propaganda. So this is somebody that passed away a couple years ago.
That's political propaganda, unfortunately. I'm sorry.
So this is for a prayer tonight, for a prayer vigil?
Mm-hmm. It's still propaganda, unfortunately.
What makes it propaganda?
Because he's a political figure, and I don't have to. Yeah.
Dude, they're so smug.
No, it's totally okay. No,
oh yeah, I'm the manager. I have power here. Fired. Fire her. Nobody ever hire her again. Love to see it. Love to see it. So disgusting. That's racist. Dude, they hate us so much. People need this has been a huge wake-up call. Talk about such a wake-up call and radicalization this week of some of our biggest problems. The girl getting stabbed on the train, huge wake-up call. All the leftists celebrating this political assassination because he was white and a Republican and a conservative, huge wake-up call. This woman recounts her experience opening a Bible for the first time because of Charlie. Everybody's coming to Jesus because of Charlie now.
I've never, ever opened a Bible before. In fact, I know nothing about Christianity or Jesus. But yesterday, after witnessing the assassination of Charlie Kirk,
religion preys on people's fear and grief and trauma. When something terrible happens, when you see something horrible and terrible that happens to somebody, it doesn't make me think God is real. It makes me think God is not real when I see terrible things happen.
On the internet.
Dono cucked. Good point, Trip the Switch. Nobody wants to stream tomorrow, apparently.
Like, watching this man get shot in the neck, and everybody being so desensitized and just going on with life like it was normal. Something was calling me to my husband's Bible. My mother-in-law and my father-in-law, my husband, they have been trying to bring me to Christianity, since I met them. They're not like overbearing. They don't force.
Okay, you get the point. Here's the breaking news. Charlie Kirk assassin posted confession on Discord after the murder. I also heard that his friends started saying, hey, that looks like you. And he denied it and said, no, that's a doppelganger.
Iraqi Bear sent $5 on Rumble. Americans,
Rocky Bear.
do not fall for this left versus right. Don't fight each other. Israel wants that. Adam, been following you since 2018. You have been vindicated many times since. Congratulations, bro.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Bifurcation sent $10
needs to
on
show
Rumble.
Tomorrow.
I need a dose of gosh tomorrow.
I do too. Trust me. But on the dividing thing, I'm with Trump and them. I'm not uniting with these crazy leftists that hate white people and hate America and want us all dead for our opinions. No, zero tolerance for them. It is war on them. It's not the Jews dividing us from these crazy Antifa psycho people that hate white people.
Christina, Diana, Melissa sent $20. Please stream tomorrow.
The girl, high school girls are watching again. Uh-oh.
Thunderstorm
What's up,
9
girls?
sent $5 on Rumble. Left-right seems to attach itself to anything and everything and co-opt it.
True. That is true. No matter what it is, they both try to use it politically. Because everything is political. Here, let's hear the breaking news.
Yes, we have a subject in custody.
All right, breaking right now, reports of a confession posted on Discord from Charlie Kirk's suspected assassin hours before, after the murder, but hours before his father turned him in to authorities in Utah. This is Washington Post reporting on this at this point. Justice correspondent David Spunt joining me now live from Washington. Hi, David. What can you tell us?
Hi, Martha. About 2 hours before he was turned into authorities, this according to the Washington Post, we are working to independently confirm this as well.
No, guys. I got to straighten this out again, okay? I'm not saying hi to girls in high school. Skunkytron says, I miss the high school girls lore. Did Adam meet them IRL somewhere? No, I'm not talking to high school girls. They're girls that I went to high school with. They were the popular crew of girls from high school that watched my show now.
The Jewish Mexican Fed sent $10. I love that Europeans across the world are waking up.
I hope they do. I hope the Christians aren't able to say, oh, we'll just pray for them, and we just need to pray and turn the other cheek, and we need to be martyrs and crucified just like Jesus was, and we need to suffer, and we need to turn the other cheek, as long as they don't squash it with that. No, that's right. Not talking to high school girls. They're girls that I went to high school with. They're all adults and married and have kids.
But the Washington Post says that Tyler Robinson, the 22-year-old suspect charged in Charlie Kirk's murder, confessed. And I want to read this according to the Washington Post, writing on Discord, that social media chat group that the FBI says he used, quote, hey, guys, I have bad news for you all. It was me at UVU yesterday. I'm sorry for all of this. This coming from the Washington Post. Now, this comes as DOJ officials began late last week and over the weekend looking at the potential for at least one federal charge. No guarantee they'll get there. A department spokesperson declined comment, but a source familiar said investigators are not ruling anything out at this time, especially his online gaming presence, his chats, as we just mentioned. Who was he talking to? What did he say? FBI Director Kash Patel said this earlier this morning. Watch.
He had a text message exchange, he, the suspect, with another individual, in which he claimed that he had an opportunity to take out Charlie Kirk, and he was going to do it because of his hatred for what Charlie stood for.
This investigation is just begun. This isn't even the beginning of the beginning. You know, yes, we have a subject in custody. You know, everybody's innocent until proven guilty in our constitutional republic. However, this is not done by any stretch.
Patel also batting down criticism from some even on the right about his handling of the probe. He put out a social media post hours after Kirk died saying that there was a subject in custody only to be released, and he addressed that, saying that he could have worded it a little bit better. Today at the FBI, history was made when former Missouri Attorney General Andrew Bailey became the co-deputy director along with Dan Bongino. When we asked what this means, all parties involved on the record say this is a positive move for the Bureau. Martha.
Okay, I think I still have a few more things to cover. We'll go 3 hours. No big deal. Oh my God, look, a few more to cover. Look at this.
Big Mama 14 sent $50 on Rumble. Check out Devin's stream from Saturday night's Insomnia Stream Blast
Big
Train
Mama,
edition.
thank you.
Devin's righteous anger was epic. Meeting the goal.
I know. Devin's pissed. Devin's pissed about the Christian stuff, the Christians being soft and praying for their enemies, and vengeance is of the Lord and stuff. I saw Devin's having Christian fatigue, and he's seeing the Christian gatekeeping going on, and he's seeing how they're pushing Christianity so much in the aftermath of all of that. Thank you so much, Big Mama. You are amazing. My Big Mama, Sugar Mama, coming through again.
That's awesome.
Thanks, man.
Thank you.
And now we're going to hit the goal, and I can happily stream tomorrow. Devin Stack is on it.
Alrighty then.
Alrighty then. Okay, let's see. This is all stuff that I should have covered the other day. Everybody's seen this by now. The shooter was not fond of Trump or Charlie in the workplace.
Talk to anyone. Robinson was, quote, a little abnormal. Didn't talk to anyone. He was a quiet dude, and he didn't like talking unless spoken to. He stays in the back, and I knew from word of mouth from coworkers that he was not fond of Trump or Charlie Kirk, obviously. Now, Robinson was, quote, a little abnormal, didn't talk to anyone. He was a quiet dude, and he didn't like talking unless spoken to. He stayed.
Chow. Oh, that's what was on the gun. Family says he recently turned to left-wing activism, rejected the values he was raised with, and expressed intense anti-conservative views at a recent family dinner. I assume that's Mossad, too. That's Mossad telling his family to say that. Is that what we're supposed to believe? Spencer says, podcaster occupied government. It's funny because J.D. Vance is doing his Charlie's podcast today. Pure Bullocks, I'm gonna ban you, dude. Shut up. Everything in all caps. He's playing news clips. Oh my God. Play the video. I don't even know what video you're talking about. Are you talking about ones where Charlie talks about Israel? Because I played all the ones that were going around in the last stream on that and some of them today. Shut up. Stop. Go kvetch on some kooky channel on BitChute. You're just making my audience look like delusional spurgs. Shut up. Guys, if he keeps it up, somebody in the chat, if there's a mod, ban him. Annoying me. And the guy saying that I don't like black people because they took my position in basketball. Also, low IQ, you're going to be out of here too in a second. There he is. You're banned. Over and over again. Whatever you got to do to cope, dude. Oh, Adam doesn't like black people because of basketball. Okay. Okay, Pure Bullocks, you're gone too. Go watch Stu Peters. Go learn about Flat Earth from Stu Peters. He'll tell you. Go listen to all the Russian propagandists. They'll tell you. Fucking spurgs.
Lastly.
We played that one already. He knew and he did it anyway.
Physical health be put in jeopardy. They're going to be coming after us. They're going to be following us in the middle of the night. They're going to be breaking into our houses. You think I'm joking? They are going to be violent. That you will not be able to walk the streets of the MAGA hat without your physical health be put in jeopardy. I mean, if I die?
Rolls are sent $10 on Rumble. Make me a mod. Here's to the goal. Liam, love you long time.
Thanks, dude. Thanks, Liam. I don't see how to mod. Actually, now that I look at it, I did right click and there's no mod. Maybe a super chat won't let me.
If you could be associated with one thing, how would you want to be remembered?
I want to be remembered for courage for my faith. That would be the most important thing. The most important thing is my faith.
I have 30 seconds left to live. I'm dying from a gunshot wound. But what would you actually want to tell me if I have 30 seconds left to live?
Boy, you got 30 seconds. In 30 seconds, you're about to meet eternal judgment. And there's only one way that you can get bailed out of that. And it's not all the good things you did or the moral scorecard. It's whether or not you have Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior. And that's the only thing that's going to matter. And so you got 10 seconds left. You're dying from a gunshot wound. And you ask the question, who is Jesus Christ? And the answer to that singular question, who is Jesus Christ, is the most important question for everyone in the audience. Not how much money you have, not how much
he was the king of the Jews.
Jesus Christ. You might say, oh, Jesus was, a teller of good tales.
He was a Jewish rabbi.
Jesus was a historical figure. None of that's going to cut it. It's whether or not you repent and you ask Christ to come in as your Lord and Savior. That's the only thing that will save you from eternal damnation.
Help me, Jesus! Help me, Jewish God!
Okay, we played that one already. This was stuff that I had ready to go for the last stream. Did Israel order the hit on Charlie Kirk? Let's see some of the videos, the conspiracy videos now.
They were having dinner with people. I know, it's way too soon.
I told that Spurg I was getting into him over and over again, and I already played him last stream. You had to go on and keep making yourself be a schizo.
To even talk about something like this, but I think the American public deserves to know the truth about what happened to Charlie Kirk. This is a source that I trust very much, and this is coming from the top levels of government. And they were having dinner with people, senators in the Senate Foreign Intelligence Committee. They are not openly saying this at this point.
Of course not.
But in private conversation, they're saying, hey, this looks like potentially Israel is behind this.
Wow.
And then in terms of getting to the actual evidence itself, a very close friend of Charlie Kirk's put out there. Charlie didn't want to put out this tweet himself, but he told a friend to put it.
Dude, Harrison, you have to tell us who told you this. What are you going to get assassinated too, and then we're never going to know who told you this? Who was the source? Who is the close friend next to Charlie that told you this, that is keeping his mouth shut right now, by the way? I'm pretty sure you should definitely tell everybody about that.
On the internet and said, hey, if I go against Israel, I think they will kill me.
And when did he say this?
This was August 13th.
So less than a month ago.
I can see Charlie over the last few months sort of take in new information and have his mind shift.
It's Candace?
Right? He used to be an Israeli loyalist. Then he starts to sort of mildly criticize Israel in that, hey, I don't think, we shouldn't be allowed as an American to question the acts of a foreign government.
I have text messages, Megan, calling me an anti-Semite. I have less ability sometimes online to criticize the Israeli government without backlash than actual Israelis do. Mm-hmm. And that's really, really weird, isn't it, Megan?
And he publicly said, hey, maybe Epstein was Mossad. He certainly had a lot of connections to Israeli ex-prime ministers.
And there's also this clip where he questions how October 7th happened.
Was there a stand down order? 6 hours? I don't believe it. Israel's the size of New Jersey. When I took a helicopter ride from Jerusalem to the Gaza border, it's 45 minutes. 6 hours. They're live streaming the killing of Jews.
Hellhammer Fan 2000 sent $20 on Rumble. Hail Goy Lord.
Thank you. And we're so close to the goal. It's funny, too. This crew's like, play the clips, Adam. Play the clips. Play the clips. Here's me playing the clips when it first happened, by the way. Where is it? Flashback, October 13th, 2023. Right after October 7th, a week after October 7th, I was covering Charlie Kirk on Patrick Bet David, questioning how October 7th happened. This is so shocking that even super shill Zionist agent Charlie Kirk is suspicious and noticing patterns and sees how this benefits Netanyahu. And the Ben Shapiros
become pretty sharp. Here's Patrick. And let me tell you, my pattern recognition over the last 5 years.
Noticing patterns is anti-Semitic. Patterns is anti-Semitic. You're not going to be invited back on with all of the Dennis Pregers Charlie and the Ben Shapiros.
Become pretty sharp. COVID, Maui fires.
He knew how wildly unpopular. You don't think it ate at him being called a Jewish shill forever?
Epstein. When I see a story and it doesn't
Sober
click,
Jacardi sent $5 on Rumble. Adam dunks on
usually
big
right.
tarts.
High school girls can confirm they saw the games. They remember the dunks. True story.
Shocked. This one's very
to see
weird.
that take from Charlie Kirk. All right, there that was. Charlie Kirk, his legacy will continue to shine in Israel, Tel Aviv in Israel. I wonder if this is real or AI. Al Mogart. It's probably real. It's got a name on there. Nothing they hate more. He did this every time he had a microphone.
I think we should honor everyone. People are people at the end of the day.
I think you can acknowledge that we as Christians have to honor the Jews. Do you believe that?
I think we should honor everyone. People are people at the end of the day.
But in our scriptures, it does say that we should bless the Jews. That Genesis 12:3, bless those. I will bless those descendants that bless me. And we have a covenant with Israel. Mm-hmm. Do you share that as a Christian, that belief?
I think how as I interpret that is that, at the end of the day, we're all people. We should all be respecting and honor others. We should not be hating our neighbor. I don't know if that was me. Hating our neighbor. You know what I mean?
I agree.
So I guess you can take it to the context of specifically talking about Jews, but I take it in the context of talking about everyone as a people, the entire nation. Because at that time when the Bible was written, there weren't 100 and how many countries. You know what I mean?
Yes and no. I mean, it does. Paul explicitly says that we should bless the Jews, and from
thank you, Edom.
$20 to the goal.
And we did
Thanks,
it.
Adam.
And we did it. Thank you, guys.
They're nice.
Thank you. Another epic goal smashed, epic show, 3-hour show. I'm getting Charlie Kirk fatigue though. Hopefully there'll be some other things to cover tomorrow. Not all Charlie Kirk again. Although we all, it is the big story. See chat. C. Bell says Adam was very good and very tall. High school girls confirmed.
Well,
Thank
how do you
girls.
feel about the fact that
Good to have
we
you here.
provided aid to Israel to where they ended up literally leveling Gaza? Do you think our money was in good use to do that?
Well, yes and no. I mean, the first question is, why did Israel do that? It's because Hamas went and killed 1,300 Jews on October 7th, unprompted, unprovoked, in the most horrendous way imaginable. And so Israel was responding in a way that they would respond. Hamas invited that.
Let's see. What else are we going to cover today? See, look at this. This Jewish guy says all of these Russian and Chinese
Sober Jet
bots
Party
are
sent
pushing
$10
these
on Rumble.
guys.
10 more goy shekels for the Viking dance classes.
Oh, dude. I'm going to have to be paid for 2 dance classes now, by the way. No, I mean, two daughters in dance class. My little one, my one that's almost a year old, she's dancing. She's walking at 11 months. And dancing. She's a dancer just like her big sister. Mural in Israel was made to honor Charlie Kirk.
And from this right there behind me is a mural in honor of Charlie Kirk. This could be the
Zionist
first
angel
mural in his honor in the world, and it's here in Israel. This is how much he meant to us, because he was a champion of the Judeo-Christian alliance. He was a staunch friend of Israel, and
Staunch?
we will never forget those.
That's staunch, not staunch.
Israel, and we alliance. He was a staunch friend of Israel.
Staunch.
And we will never forget those that stand for the truth. So we honor his memory, and from here we vow to stand together for the truth, because we are under attack, not just in Israel, but globally. The truth is under attack. Let's stand together and let Charlie Kirk's legacy live on.
Don't politicize him, though. Don't politicize him, guys. Urgent message for Jews about Charlie Kirk's death.
2 days ago.
From JTV.
To my fellow Jews around the world and lovers of Israel and the Bible, I've got an urgent message for you. As we're about to approach Shabbat, the Sabbath, and in the aftermath of Charlie Kirk's assassination just a few days ago, I want to share with you the last text I received from him, literally just a few weeks ago. Not going to get into the details of the conversation, but he said, "Thanks, man, let me think about it. Shabbat Shalom." Not many people know this about Charlie Kirk, but he actually kept the Sabbath in his own way. And when I say the Sabbath, I mean Shabbat, the Jewish Sabbath, on Saturdays, as it originally was and we believe always is. From Friday night sundown until Saturday night, actually I learned until Sunday morning in his case, he had his phone off, technology off, and was focused on observing the Sabbath, which he believed to be a divine commandment, and spending time with his family and loved ones and focusing on himself, how he can connect to God, think about his own life, his mission, and just connect to those around him. And I learned also recently that he was planning a new book, which he actually dedicated to Dennis Prager, all about the Sabbath, called Stop in the Name of God, Why Honoring the Sabbath Will Transform Your Life. So my message is simply this. Why don't we all observe the Sabbath? If you don't already keep Shabbat, observe Shabbat in the honor not just of Charlie, but in the name of God, in the name of goodness, in the name of honoring his legacy and doing something positive in the aftermath of this terrible, dark tragedy. If you don't already, consider doing it in your own way. There's many different laws of do's and don'ts. Consider how much you're able to do. And in whichever way you can, I'd really encourage you and urge you to honor Shabbat in the way that I am. So I'm also switching off now, and I hope you will join me in this. Let's honor Shabbat, God's day of rest.
Let's not. Where was this? Marco Rubio confirms he will be blocking and revoking visas of foreigners who celebrate the killing of Charlie Kirk.
Revoking their visa. Why would we want to? We should not be giving visas to people who are going to come to the United States and do things like celebrate the murder, the execution, the assassination of a political figure. We should not. And if they're already here, we should be revoking their visa. Why would we want to bring people into our country that are going to engage in negative and destructive behavior? We should not be giving visas to people.
Hard to argue against that one.
Of course, the prayer vigil. It's Monday, 15 September, in the year of our Lord 2025. Massive developments in the search for the assassin, and the biggest development. It's not just being treated as it has been by many of the law enforcement agencies as just a simple murder. It is not a simple murder. It is much deeper and more vast than that. Including an entire network of terrorists, both domestic and international, probably with international financing. And that, as President Trump said, and the New York Post has a major story, we're now getting down to it. Of course, the prayer vigil last night, absolutely magnificent. I want to thank the Turning Point team for putting it on. It was incredible in 24 hours. Also, Real America's Voice coverage, just absolutely incredible. The entire thing. Top to bottom. And the most important and impressive things there were the interviews with the folks going into the Kennedy Center. Is absolutely stunning. Just the thought of the impact and the understanding of the task and purpose of Charlie Kirk's life. We're going to take a short commercial break.
Prayer vigil, University of Michigan. I've done the same. Michigan State.
As an MSU student, I've seen it close.
Keanu.
556 sent $5 on Rumble. There was a vote on whether to release Epstein files on day Kirk was shot. The motion got rejected. It was on NY Times. Could be coincidental.
I saw that. They probably had the vote scheduled, I would assume. I mean, they've already been voting to cover that stuff up and saying it's a Democratic hoax, like with or without Charlie. But yeah, of course, the Republicans did vote, or blocked the vote to release the files.
Private social media channels. Teachers around the country, including one at the University of Michigan, have done the same. Elected representatives, including an open judge, have refused moments of silence and prayers for his family. As an MSU student, I've seen it firsthand.
NYU College says...
I don't want your salvations. Why? I want you to fucking die. We're not gonna give you a second chance, even when you beg for it on your knees, begging and pleading.
Psychopaths. Wow. Psychopathic Bob Dylan. He thinks he's good.
I don't want your salvations. Why? I want you to fucking die. We're not gonna give you a second chance.
Dude, these people are sick. Psychos. Dave Smith says he does not believe Israel assassinated Charlie Kirk.
What I guess even as much as I think Netanyahu's the devil, and as much as I think like what Israel's done and all types of crimes against the like U.S. government and the U.S. people, and of course the Arabs who surround them, particularly the Palestinians, but like the idea that like they publicly shot Charlie Kirk in the face because he was maybe about to turn, like it just, I've just been reading about this shit for so many years. The blueprint would be like Charlie Kirk's funding would dry up, an ADL hit piece would come out, a Southern Poverty Law Center hit piece would come out. Like they'd say they found child porn on his computer. They'd say he cheated on his wife. They'd plant some like fake scam.
But then he wouldn't be the martyr that they could use. Cui bono, who is benefiting the most from this situation? The Judeo-Christians.
And all this idea that radically, by the way, also, it's not even clear that it's in Israel's interest. Like
That's true. That is a good point, because he was their top guy. He's like their greatest voice, defending Israel and persuading young conservatives to be pro-Israel. Like Israel lost their top guy.
most likely going to lead to more radicalization amongst young right-wingers. And most likely, more radicalization doesn't lead to more love for Israel. I just don't see a coherent kind of like through line here. Sure. Again, I'll be the first to admit I'm wrong if it turns out to not be the case.
Me too. FBI Director Dan Bongino confirms there were multiple warning signs ahead of Tyler Robinson's assassination.
Appear to have been multiple warning signs. There appear to have been multiple warning signs. You just laid out some of them. There were people in his network, friends and family, who had stated that he had become more political, that he had become at some parts, I believe some of his coworkers had stated that he had kind of detached himself when the topic of politics came up and walked away from them. Family members said he'd become more political, leading us to believe that this ideology had infected him and had taken over. And he was just intent, it appears, from the data we've accumulated and the channel and that note, which we have some evidence may have existed before, based on the communications in that channel, that his target was obviously going to be Charlie and that people knew in advance. The question is, again, I just want to go back to what you had asked before. Did they know? Were they sure of this? Or did they hear this and just write it off? That's what we're going to have to find out. And that's what we're investigating now. Bill, this investigation is just begun. This isn't even the beginning of the beginning. You know, yes, we have a subject in custody. You know, everybody's innocent until proven guilty in our constitutional republic. However, this is not done by any stretch. Our men and women out there in the Bureau have worked tirelessly all week, and I just got back to D.C. Last night. And, Cash and I were out there on the scene. We walked the scene. We went through every single component of it. We saw the evidence up close and personal. And we went out there to be able to make command decisions with our team on the ground. And I think the process, although not perfect, of course, I think the process went pretty well, considering we got him in 33 hours.
Okay, yeah.
What's this one? I'm just going to keep going. I'm going to get everything caught up. I'll go 4 hours if I have to. We hit the goal, so... Oh, we played that one already.
Son into the authorities. In a press conference shortly thereafter...
So, retracted. This is a fake retraction. A sarcastic retraction from this Asian dude.
A retraction in regards to the alleged killer of Charlie Kirk. We're being told that it was not an Israeli conspiracy. It was, according to the FBI, the act of a lone gunman named Tyler Robinson, a deranged lone gunman who just happened to have not one, but two patsies in the crowd. We're also now being told that it was his father, Matt Robinson, now hailed as the father of justice.
Hold on. Calling these guys patsies, is that even the right term? Isn't a patsy somebody that gets blamed for something? Patsy, he's not in jail being blamed for the shooting. He's not a patsy.
Patsies in the crowd. We're also now being told that it was his father, Matt Robinson.
Maybe he was just acting suspicious, so they handcuffed him.
Robinson, now hailed as the...
But we're going to cover, it is weird. That guy, I think he's Jewish, but also he claims to have done something about Al-Qaeda, knowing Al-Qaeda did 9/11. We'll cover that in a second.
The father of justice who turned his son into the authorities. In a press conference shortly thereafter, FBI Director Kash Patel proudly announced that the suspect was apprehended in record time, quote, in less than 36 hours, 33 to be precise. According to CNN, a family member told investigators that Robinson had, quote, become more political in recent years, and that the authorities had also discovered anti-fascist messages engraved on the ammunition. Prime Minister Netanyahu went on Fox News, though, to claim that Charlie Kirk was assassinated by a combination of, quote, radical Islamists and ultra-progressives. Now, in terms of the murder weapon, the FBI stated that they found the shooter's rifle in the woods, fully assembled. And here is Robinson caught on CCTV footage making that getaway from the rooftop with said rifle.
Look at the drop. That's a high drop. My back would be broken.
Yes, people have been telling me that the barrel can be disassembled in seconds, which he then put back together in the woods to hide it from authorities. So yeah, that's it. We got him. Now, no more questions, please.
No more questions. Just asking questions. No more questions. Pierce Morgan goes at Destiny for mocking Charlie Kirk's widow. Good.
We've had multiple political assassinations.
The grieving widow of Charlie Kirk, when she posts an image of her at the coffin side, why do you think that constitutes turning down the temperature?
You can't turn down the temperature on your own. The president of the United States is not
the temperature.
able.
You're mocking his widow.
Already inflamed.
You're
What are you
mocking his
talking
widow.
about? We've had multiple political assassinations over the past year. What do you mean it's turning up the temperature?
Why did you mock his widow?
Online because
Why did you mock his widow?
Because she's being used as a political weapon right now
Wow.
for conservatives to continue. What do you mean? Wow, she's literally doing.
Her husband.
She's not allowed to say anything. Otherwise, the Republicans are using her. Not allowed to post anything. She just can't. She can't talk about it, huh? Apparently. Otherwise, she's bad, according to Destiny.
Just got murdered
on email. Yeah, and she's using it to drive up recruitment for.
And you can't even condemn the murder. You won't condemn it.
The president can't even tell his side.
You're
to
so
turn the temperature
deranged
down.
about Trump.
Charlie would have wanted her to continue the fight.
Cannot condemn the murder
It is such
because
a
you're
joke,
waiting
and
for
you guys
Donald
sit here
Trump
and
to
make
say
money
something.
off of it. It's
All right, let me bring in Jack Posobiec. I gotta say,
there's still no answer to that question, Piers. You can't say
which question?
Why can't Donald Trump simply go on TV and say we all?
This is 4-on-1, by the way. On this
all
issue.
need to turn it down, like Biden could, like Obama could, like the Clintons could, like Kamala could. Why not?
Why can't you condemn the murder of Charlie
it's
Kirk?
unbelievable. I'm not the president
Why
of the United
can't
States.
you condemn the murder of Charlie Kirk?
Unbelievable to me.
Why can't you condemn the murder of Charlie Kirk?
Because it wasn't my side that caused it. It should
Yes,
be the
it
one
was.
that is driving up
It
the
actually
rhetoric.
was your side that caused it.
It wasn't my side that caused it. Wow.
This guy was raised in a white Christian
He was a
household,
radicalized
in a Christian
leftist
state.
ideology.
He wasn't radicalized by leftism at all. You have no proof of that whatsoever.
That's what
Just
the
like
investigators
one that killed
That's a
Melissa
lie.
was a conservative, just like the people that firebombed Shapiro's
Dude,
house.
Destiny is crashing out. How much meth is Destiny on
The
right
conservative, just like all the J6ers were
He was not
conservatives,
a
just like the Proud
conservative,
Boys
he was a
were conservatives.
pro-Palestinian activist
Every
out of
single one of
Harrisburg.
every single one of these people. Oh, it's Jack Posobiec, what, the author of Unhuman, another person that Charlie supported. Good one, dude.
Well, I'll give you one last chance, Destiny.
Good one, dude. Dude, he's on meth or something.
Yes, you are acting like an unhuman.
Why can't I hear Donald Trump
Because you are against
condemn violence in this
all
country?
right, you
Why
won't
can't I
condemn
hear
it. Okay, we've
I
all
can't hear it.
heard.
That's insane.
We've
to
all
me.
heard you repeatedly refuse to
And we've
condemn it.
heard Donald Trump refuse to condemn
Jack
it too. But for
Posobiec.
some reason, the leftists on YouTube are a bigger deal. Unbelievable.
Yeah, what's incredible is you don't have the basic humanity to condemn it. You'd rather taunt his widow. I find that sickening.
Dude, Destiny is sick. He's crashing out. He's on drugs. You could tell the way he's acting. Bongino says that the shooter is on suicide watch. Uh-oh. If they let him commit suicide, then I'll say Israel did it. Put it that way. Mark my words. If he doesn't go to trial and get suicided, I will blame Israel.
So that there can be no suicide?
Yeah, that's what we've been told from.
Got to ask you this, and you know why, but is he being watched so that there can be no...
Kino 5. Waterweight sent $5 on Rumble. Destiny uses the excuse that shooter was raised in a conservative Christian household, but so was Destiny.
Right. Good point.
Suicide?
Yeah, that's what we've been told from local officials who have custody over him right now, that he is in fact on watch.
Kino 556 sent $5 on Rumble. XD.
Thank you.
He is in fact on watch. That is obviously going to remain a concern.
Got to ask you this, and you know why, but is he being watched?
Suicide watch. Are they trying to tell us something already? Syrian girl says several months ago, Charlie Kirk began to follow her. I knew it meant his opinion on Israel was starting to change. 81,000 likes. I would think that too if he started following me. I'd be like, oh, what? Charlie's base now? See Through It All says Charlie Kirk according to Twitter prior to his death versus Charlie Kirk according to Twitter after his death. It's a funny one. Wow, 5,000 likes for See Through It All. He's been having some real viral stuff recently. Does he have more followers? Yeah, he's up to almost 13 now. I thought he just hit 10 recently. Good job, See Through It All. Yeah, like Ian Carroll. Like 3 days before Charlie was shot, he was like, you dedicated your life to serving the Jews that killed Jesus. And then he dies, and now he's like, oh, the Jews killed him. Pick a lane, dude. Oh, man, I still have so much stuff to cover.
The government say stand down. That is a legitimate... To say, hey, we need to maybe reassess this relationship. There's something weird going on. This is a warning to people in the media to say, hey, you need to stop this right now because you could be next.
Hey, reality adjacent, you talk to Jocelyn like that again and you're gone. I care way more about what she says than what you say. Reality adjacent. Huh. Yeah, you don't have women in your life. That's why you're so seething. All right. We played that one. Played that one last stream. This is funny. Uncanny resemblance. Funny. That's Ian Carroll. Oh, this is good. I meant to play this at the very beginning. We'll get to it 3 hours and 15 minutes in. Charlie Kirk is going to be used to crack down on anti-Jewish, Jewish and Christian God sentiment. That is the talking point that's being so heavily pushed.
More about deep, devout Christianity, which he always put front and center, even up to and including this final day.
Do you think this was, and we don't know yet, this is speculation, but was this as much an attack on his Christian beliefs and his public proclamation of them, enthusiastic proclamation of them, or was it more about politics, Trump, and that?
Well, Laura, we'll see, but I think that when it comes to these types of shooters that we've seen so far in the pattern, they see it as all inextricably linked. We just saw an anti-Christian shooter up in Minneapolis, Minnesota. We saw another one in Nashville a few years ago. Mm-hmm. And when you look at the profile of the pattern that's going...
Anti-Zionism, anti-Judeo-Christian, now you're going to be labeled a terrorist. Now you're a terrorist threat.
On the past,
that's going to be the result of a lot of this.
Just the past year, from Butler, Pennsylvania, to Luigi Maggioni, to this horrific event, and some of the information that's come out now of the Wall Street Journal, it's very clear that there seems to be a group of people in this country who hate everything that we stand for. They hate God, they hate Christ, and because they know they can't take Christ out or they can't take God out, what do? They target
Kino 556 sent $5 on Rumble. The martyrdom effect, huh? That's really gonna spur the Christians on.
Clearly. You may have missed the beginning of the show. They had a whole AI Charlie martyrdom video where he's like, I'm with the rest of the Christian martyrs in Jewish heaven.
Children.
Nick Fuentes had the same thing. Oh, this is an attack on Christians.
And all that he would go to these college campuses and proclaim the name of Jesus Christ. And ultimately, that is why he was killed. Everyone will be persecuted for the sake of Jesus Christ. Anyone, everyone, fighting and winning that spiritual battle for Christ and for his kingdom will be persecuted for his sake. And I don't believe
just like the Jews had the martyrdom victim complex and the persecution complex and used that as a weapon to persecute, the Judeo-Christians are on the same shtick.
Charlie Kirk was any different. We disagreed on much, but we agreed about abortion. We agreed about feminism. We agreed about many of the other moral, social ills of the country. And when you look at his most vicious detractors, the people celebrating his death now, probably, the gunmen that killed him, they hated him because of his defense of Christian morality. He wasn't killed necessarily, perhaps, by a socialist.
He was killed because he thought Charlie Kirk was mean to trans people. That's the big reason. Because he was told that he was a white supremacist Nazi that supported Hitler and all Republicans are Nazis. And probably because he hated his family for some reason or another, and they were raised Christian conservative. It's not just because he believes in Jesus.
Or by someone who disagreed about his position on fiscal policy. And this is something...
Like, Nick hated Charlie. Did he hate him because he professed the name of Christ? Nah, he wasn't killed by a groper. The guy was not a groper. Look, Alex Jones, same narrative, attack on Christians.
It's really waking.
Anybody that's not a Christian, anybody that's not down with Yahweh is a terrorist now. That's the way that they're framing this.
But this is war. We are going to win. We have to win. I'm telling you, the public is really waking up fast. But what you said earlier is so true. And this is a war. This is deliberate. And we are all Charlie Kirk. Ladies and gentlemen, they want to kill us all. They literally want to kill Christians. They want our children. They hated Charlie Kirk because he was a real Christian, because he was loving. When I call Antifa devil worshippers, folks, go look at their sites. Go out in a crowd with them, okay? Go to a Democrat rally. Okay, we send undercover to it because they attack me if I go. I don't go anymore very often. And literally, you talk to them, even women that are dressed nice say, I love Satan, I hate Jesus, I want to kill the Christians. They have gone beyond radical. It is a possession. It is a spirit, mob psychology. So when I say they're a coalition of pedophiles, devil worshippers, communists, Islamicists, they are scum. I mean, the Democratic Party has, but this is war. We are going to win.
InfoWars declares a holy war, shilling Christ Crusader shirts
who
now.
Is responsible. Regardless of the details of who was involved or who was responsible. From Bibi Netanyahu to Tyler Robinson to whoever the hell else you think it might have been, there's actually one culprit behind what happened to Charlie Kirk, and it's Satan.
Kino 556 sent $5 on Rumble. I saw a clip where Destiny says children are hot and Nick sat there next to him saying this is why we love Destiny LOL.
Yep. I've seen that one.
Himself. What means, modes, and methods he used is irrelevant because we are not just fighting specific enemies on the ground. We are fighting against evil. This has transcended the information war and gone into holy war status. We're
holy war.
Into the Capitol. We say no. We need to go into the holy war, which is why yesterday we decided that today.
Hey, some tranny killed Charlie Kirk. Well, we need a Jesus holy war. We got to impose the Jewish Messiah and all the Goyim knees must bow. I have the documents.
We were going to launch this Crusader line on the AlexJonesStore.com because when I see them wear a hijab.
What, are you going to go on a Zionist crusade? What, do you want to empower all the Zog politicians some more?
I am ashamed that I am not wearing a cross. When I see them wearing leftist paraphernalia, I am ashamed that I'm not advocating for my values. And we've got these new shirts here right now. I mean, this was fan made, and let them know that we were going to use it. Holy wars.
Hey, let's grift a holy war for Charlie Kirk. Great idea. Erica Kirk raised a cross while passing supporters in Arizona. I mean, I get if it's comforting you. Buy a shirt and fight the devil. I get that it's comforting to think that he's in heaven with Jesus, but where's the anger for where's the anger that some evil person is able to take away a good person? Have you not been praying for Charlie's safety forever, and this still allows to happen? And then you double down. Thank you, Jesus. I don't get it. Noah Hyde merch does well. When Muslims do the same thing too, they're just like, oh, martyred, Allah plan, Allah is all powerful, Allah is in control. Their whole cities are being leveled to the ground and tens of thousands murdered by Israeli bombs, and they're like, oh, Allah. I don't get it. I guess it's just a cope. Christ is king. Anything else is not to be tolerated. I don't want to hear any more about me being divisive. It's not me saying, you must bow to Thor, otherwise you will not be tolerated. Worship the King of the Jews, or you will not be tolerated. Matt Walsh, we mentioned this earlier. Matt Walsh is defending Fuentes from the lies. I'll defend the truth too, and the truth is they're trying to frame Fuentes and the Groypers for this. unless we see some new developments and some new information, they're shamelessly trying to, so dishonest. Trying to frame. Okay, cover that. See, Charlie Kirk shooting suspect in custody who seems to have been an alt-right groyper. And they're just Furstenberg. They're just trying to deflect blame, too, as well, and blame the right like they always do. Destiny last month says he thinks Charlie Kirk is the spawn of Satan.
I think he's actually a Satan. I hate Charlie Kirk. I think he's actually a Satan spawn, but he's very, very strategically minded. I hate Charlie Kirk. I think he's actually a Satan spawn, but he's very, very strategically minded.
Hey, let's turn down the rhetoric. Satan spawn. They're Satan spawn. They deserved it. I won't condemn it. Oh, this was so stupid. Gay Zionist Jew Dave Rubin tries to say Cenk
says
wanted him to be martyred.
White people's spots. Charlie Kirk boasts about his all-white basketball team. Charlie Kirk gives piggish advice to high school girls. Ex-employee exposes Charlie Kirk's grift. Charlie Kirk embarrasses himself. Charlie Kirk's brain melts explaining anti-vax conspiracy. Charlie Kirk rants about women in their 30s. Charlie Kirk has literally no clue how the real world works. Charlie Kirk gets triggered, declines appearance over pronouns. Charlie Kirk doubles down on women-hating backlash. I am telling you, peers, Charlie Kirk was one of the best human beings I ever met. He did not have a bone of racism, misogyny, or anything else in his body. But liars lie, and they gin up otherwise good people. From the little bit we know about this shooter, he had a stable household, he was going to college, he was fine. We'll find out where he got radicalized. But please, please, let's not pretend we don't know where this stuff is coming from. And please, let's not pretend that this thing is going both ways, because it is absolutely not. I also have well, you know what, Cenk, I'll ask you.
Hold on, this is not true. They keep saying that type of rhetoric does go both ways. The Republicans say the left and hate America. They want to destroy America. They want to turn your kids trans. They say, I mean, a lot of that is true, though, but they are saying it.
Actually, do you think Charlie wanted to be martyred? Do you think Charlie wanted to be martyred? Do you think Charlie wanted to be killed? Yes or no?
No, of course not.
Of course not. What kind of asinine question is that?
You don't, because that's pretty interesting. Because here's a video of you, Cenk, talking when Charlie was at a breakfast.
For these guys, and they don't deserve it. But I do also want to point out, as they're in the middle of crying now, although Charlie was smiling ear to ear throughout the entire video, thinking, yes, I'm now the victim, and I'll get to claim that my rights have been abridged.
Did you catch the beginning of that, Cenk? Listen, we'll do it again.
No, I didn't, and that's totally out of. No, we're not going to do it again. Totally out of context. I don't even know what the hell you're talking about.
No. Listen, brother.
Are you trying to get harm on me? Is that what you're trying to do, you loser? Jesus Christ.
Fail. Dave Rubin. Only Dave Rubin can make me take the anti-Charlie Kirk side on the people calling for violence. Let them destroy each other. Candace Owens back in 2018 talking to Joe Rogan about how brilliant Charlie Kirk was.
He's going to be a future president.
Who hired you? Who's
Charlie Kirk? He actually runs Turning Point USA. I know he's like so young. It's insane. And you should look him up and figure out who he is, because he's, in my opinion, he's going to be a future president.
And you never had him on, Joe.
Every show he's been on in Fox says, like, very rarely do you meet, like Rush Limbaugh just said, very rarely do you meet someone and think that's going to be a president of the United States. Charlie Kirk will be a president of the United States.
But who hired you?
Dave Rubin, total L for Dave Rubin. Fail. Candace writes 77,000 likes. Bibi lied about the contents of the letter Charlie wrote to him in May. It was a lie by severe omission, and it isn't sitting right with me. Do you have the letter? Where's the letter? Have the wife release the letter. We need to see the letter. Hey, Candace, what did he say in the letter that Netanyahu didn't mention? This is all info we need to have. You can't be leaving us on a limb like this. Was Charlie saying he didn't want to take the donation for more money and to be beholden to more Zionist Jews? Was he saying he doesn't want them to bomb Iran? What was in the letter that Netanyahu didn't mention? Please. Between Rubin and Satan, you would choose Satan, huh? Yeah, Dave is the worst. So speaking of Netanyahu, Candace writes, the man literally booked himself on an American primetime show and held up a letter to represent it as a love letter to Israel. He did that intentionally. It was naked deception and propaganda. Let the world hear Charlie in his own words. So you're saying Netanyahu needs to publish the letter? He must have a saved document. Was it a handwritten letter? Was it typed? Is it saved on his computer? Let's see the letter. How do you know what was in the letter, Candace? Were you CC'd on the letter? What did he tell you? Candace loves you. What did he tell you? People like Laura Loomer who peddle dishonesty and propaganda? Loomer was attacking Charlie as saying he was anti-Semitic now. He's not pro-Trump. Bibi brought the letter himself and severely misrepresented the contents of it. Well, if you know it's misrepresented, what did it say? What did he misrepresent? Tell us. I'm calling on him to publish the entire thing. For some reason, that seemed to have sent you into emotional spiral because you lie like him. I see you for exactly who you are. Loomer writes, I'm sure the adults like your buddy Ian Carroll, who hosted your show while you had a baby, will get to the bottom of his insane claim that Israel killed Charlie Kirk. See, this is why it's irresponsible for Ian to say it. It was like day one, he said they did it. Now it looks like you don't have any like intellectual honesty. If you're blaming them right from the get-go, acting like you know, it gives them an easy out. This is insanity, and it's so embarrassing that people like you both are entertaining this. Netanyahu talked about the letter as a sign of respect. Would it kill you to not make one thing about the Jews in Israel for just one day? It's beyond parody at this point how crazed people have become with their Jew obsessions. You know what you're doing, what you're trying to suggest. Your buddy Ian said it with zero evidence, and I wouldn't say zero evidence, but maybe no good definitive evidence. And from the way you are reacting, I can only imagine you're trying to spew the same narrative. It's shocking. It's really shocking. Candace says, be very wary and suspicious of the people who are already telling us to stop asking questions about the Charlie Kirk assassination. Who is saying, are people saying stop asking questions, or are they saying stop acting like you know definitively that they did it? Does Candace believe in flat earth? She did. And a bunch of other kooky shit. But she was very close friends with Charlie. She may know something that we don't know. She may be the source that Harrison's talking about. Or she may be the source to Gray Zone. Yeah, she thinks Macron's wife is a man, too. She's about to be sued for everything she's got, probably. It is 100% true that Charlie opposed war with Iran and was fighting with his donors over Israel, as Tucker Carlson just shared on Megyn Kelly's show. This is why I am discomforted by the intentional lie by omission that Bibi told on Fox News about the letter Charlie wrote him. What did he say? Has anybody seen? How do you know the letter's a lie? What is in the letter that Netanyahu didn't mention that we need to know about? Tell us. We played that one already. This is how close they were. She would know. They definitely would not want it. If they had his phone taps, which I'm sure they did, they would know if he's having conversations with her. And if he was starting to see the light on Israel, they would know. And I would not put him past him to turn him into a martyr and use him politically to their advantage before he did a turn. I don't know if I agree with Dave Smith that they would have just pulled his funding and called him an anti-Semite if that would have been enough. It would have. Wow. They seem like a romantic couple. Trump on Turning Point.
It was like a magnet for young people. They just attracted to him. He loved them, and they attracted to him. His wife is a tremendous person, by the way. He always had great respect for his wife. He got married. I didn't know he was getting married. I heard he got married, and he loved her. He really loved her. She loved him, and I think she'll have something to do with keeping that whole thing going. Turning Point it became a very big deal, and I heard they had like 38,000. So he wanted to get it up to 20,000 chapters. That's a lot. That would have been a lifetime's work. I heard that over the last 4 days, they have 38,000 people wanted 38,000 chapters at colleges, schools, other places. Numbers that nobody's ever heard of numbers like that. So I think Turning Point could be, through what happened, this horrible act, it could be.
Jocelyn thinks Candace is full of shit and baiting for clicks. Could be too. Could be. Everybody's just trying to take advantage and spin Charlie into their own narrative.
Maybe bigger than it could have ever been had he been there. And I will say this, he'd be very happy if he saw what was going on. And there's some very good people, because I speak at Turning Point quite a bit. And Charlie would call me up. So the last time I spoke to him, he said, sir, and I think it was Phoenix, sir, could you get to Phoenix? This was like in a day. I said, Charlie, I'm the president of the United States. You called me asking me if I could speak tomorrow in Phoenix. You can't do that to me, Charlie. But usually I ended up going. He was great. He was a great guy, and he didn't deserve
Thunderstorm.
Thunderstorm 9 cent $10 on Rumble. The Irinozaretska stabbing. What got to me most is the consensus among the non-Europeans. They're not lifting S now, almost forgotten like tens of thousands of others.
Tried multiple times, as Peter stated.
You mean they didn't approve the chapter in 3 days? They didn't approve it on the weekend?
This year we're gonna try again. Glenbrook North. We're at Glenbrook North, and unfortunately they're not approving it. Dr. Michael Tarjan, Director of Student Activities, has denied our right of free
Name him.
speech. Email him. We need to start a chapter. We need to spread this movement. And we have to recognize that we have to continue his movement, and we have to make it even bigger and even stronger. I tried to get Turning Point USA approved at Glenbrook North last year with my friend Nate.
Oh, they denied it last year, too.
They denied us. Wait, you know what club they allow? Students Demand Action.
Why did they deny you?
They said our club already exists, but it didn't. It was a news club. That is nowhere near Turning Point. We need to get clubs approved at every high school around the nation. We must continue this fight. The administrators denied the club.
What's the name again?
Dr. Michael Tarjan. Please email him. Who wants his email? Get your phones ready to write it down so you can send him emails right now.
Yeah!
Everyone ready? Yeah! MTARJ. Help us get our club approved. Help us continue Charlie's mission. We must spread this.
Candace sinks to the lowest depths of depravity by suggesting that Charlie would eventually see things her way, framing it as some kind of spiritual journey where his views were going to change. To be blunt, she is saying that he would eventually share her hatred of Israel and Jews. Jocelyn, thank you.
8 sent $10 on Rumble. This is definitely unleashing a Christian revival. So frustrating to watch all the lemmings run off the cliff every single time.
Seriously, it's the most frustrating thing about all of this. They're directing it all into more Zionism, more Christian Zionism is all we're going to get. Let's empower the Zionist right some more.
I just want to say that Charlie and I, because I think this is important. Never for a single minute, ever, did Charlie and I stop being friends. even when the world demanded that from both of us, our relationship was real. We were brother and sister. We were fortified. Our relationship was forged in fire, the fire of politics. I knew him. I knew Charlie, the real Charlie. And Charlie knew the real Candace, and people knew I didn't like a lot of people in politics. I didn't like a lot of people calling me and doing the political dance. Of course, people guessed it correctly when they said, oh, the person who probably was the intermediary when Trump called about Brigitte was Charlie Kirk. Of course it was Charlie. They would never send anybody else to call me with anything because they knew that Charlie was a brother to me. And there was so many things that were said that were wrong. And we laughed at how wrong it was when people thought that when I had made up my mind about Israel, that Charlie and me fell apart. Nope, never, not for a second. I said, it's the easiest decision ever because Charlie knew who I was and I knew who he was. I said, Charlie, this is where I'm at and there's no room for movement. And you tell your whoever that needs to hear it, whatever you need to tell them, because we're always going to be brothers and sisters, We're always going to be brother and sister. And we would talk about things and debate things behind the scenes. And I think my perspective was as it's been throughout our relationship. You might not get it now, Charlie, but you will. I'm only a few years older than you, but...
Stacia 0927 sent $10 on Rumble. Hi for my daily dose of sanity.
Thank you for the tithe, Stacia. You're awesome.
You're going to see things my way. And I think in the end, Charlie was going through a spiritual transformation. I don't think it. I know it. He was going through a lot and there was a lot of pressure. And it's hard for me to watch the people who were pressuring him, I don't know, just say the things that they're saying. There's something about it that just feels really fake to me. And they would have allowed him to lose and wanted him to lose everything for changing or even slightly modifying an opinion. And then to see them doing what they're doing today, it's hurtful to me. It's very hurtful to me. But I don't want today to be about anything other than you guys knowing that Charlie really was an amazing person.
And now Tucker Carlson saying the same thing. Look at this. Slams Netanyahu for exploiting Charlie Kirk's death.
Say this is what he lived. But I don't think it's helpful for people to jump in, particularly foreign heads of state, to say this is what he lived for my cause or whatever. That's disgusting. Actually, don't do that. That turns everybody off. You don't help your own cause by doing that, and it's also literally untrue.
Literally untrue. What are they trying to tell us? Breaking news, Donald Trump pledges to label Antifa as a domestic terror organization. Remember when he promised that in his first term and it never happened?
And after 50 yards...
Given with all that's going on with Charlie Kirk's assassination and the left-wing violence going on, do you have plans, and actually this is a great opportunity with all these, do you plan on designating Antifa finally a domestic terror organization?
Well, it's something I would do, yeah. If I have support from the people back here, I think we'd start with Pam, I think. But I would, if you give me, I would do that 100%, and others also, by the way. But Antifa is terrible.
Are there other groups that you can think of?
There are other groups, yeah, there are other groups. We have some pretty radical groups, and they got away with murder. And also, I've been speaking to the Attorney General about bringing RICO against some of the people that you've been reading about that have been putting up millions and millions of dollars for agitation. These aren't protests. These are crimes, what they're doing, where they're throwing bricks at cars of ICE and Border Patrol. And they come in with a beautiful new car. They're so proud. It's Border Patrol, ICE, it's got whatever it is. And they're throwing rocks at it. And after 50 yards, it looks like an old beat-up vehicle. It was just brand new. It was just bought for the purposes. And they don't have to take that anymore. I let it be known. We'll take responsibility. They don't have to take it anymore. And they don't want to take it. They were told by a past administration, it became almost a culture, if somebody throws a rock at you, do nothing. If somebody spits in your face, do nothing. And I say, when they spit, you hit. Do whatever you want. You do whatever the hell you want. I watched it so sick it made me. For 4 years, I had to sit home and watch people screaming at policemen and spitting in their face, and they weren't able to do anything. They just had a grin and bear it. They're standing up like a piece of steel. And a woman, in many cases, women, you can see they're professional agitators. I had one the other night. I had 4 the other night, all in one group, total phonies. I started to scream when I got into a restaurant, oh, you know, something with Palestine. And I said, well, I'm doing a great job for peace in the Middle East. I should get lots of awards for that, right? With the Abraham Accords and everything else. But a woman just stood up and started screaming. And she got booed out of the place, too. The people, there were a lot of people in the restaurant. I went there to show how safe, and it was safe. I mean, the woman is just a mouthpiece. All she was a paid agitator. And you have a lot of
Can't
that.
handle any more of this complaining from Trump. Should have done it in the first. Zionists noticed Charlie Kirk was turning 5 days ago. Robert Papp said that Charlie's podcast had turned anti-Zionist.
For Donald Trump, there's another element of American support that specifically opened up just in the last few months. And that is, you are now seeing among a powerful portion of Donald Trump's support base, that is Tucker Carlson, Charlie Kirk, you are seeing podcast after podcast that are essentially anti-Zionist.
Well, Kirk is he not... Charlie Kirk is very pro-Israel, is he not?
If you just listen to the podcast he just had last week, where he brings on young...
Hellhammer Fan 2000 sent $10 on Rumble. We need to start our own orgs with own goals. It's time to stop being the thing edge of someone else's political wedge.
I agree. Or at least, like, join a group. Join some type of IRL group.
Because Charlie Kirk specializes in essentially 20-year-olds, because he basically is the one
Kino
of the
556 sent $5 on Rumble. Did Charlie Kirk get TikTok-D?
TikToked? I don't know. My mom even knew who Charlie Kirk was. She's like, oh, I watched him on YouTube all the time.
Who build the base for Donald Trump among the 20-year-olds. If you just go and listen to this most recent podcast, literally in the last 5 days, you are going to hear a detailed discussion about why, with Charlie Kirk and these undergraduates, why the funding of Israel should stop. So this is not...
Wait, Kirk himself came down on the side of stopping funding?
I don't want to put words in his mouth. So let me get... first of all, I don't want to actually go so far as put words in his mouth, but if your listeners will go and simply pay attention to this, you will see extended conversation about whether Israel should be, quote, treated as a normal country, not receiving the $4 billion a year in aid, whether this should stop now, whether this has been going on for way too long, and you're going to see that far from shutting it down, he's actually continuing the conversation. I want to be careful, because I don't want Charlie Kirk calling me up and say, "Oh, Professor Pape, you put one word in my mouth too far." That's not the way to think about it. But let's just go to beyond Charlie Kirk. You've had Tucker Carlson with Marjorie Taylor Greene, just also in the last month, long extended detailed podcast talking about...
Kino 556 sent $5 on Rumble, asking if you think Kirk got the TikTok treatment.
What? I don't know what that is. What is the TikTok treatment? Canceled? I don't know. I'm not going to say that. I'm not going to claim that unless there's really good evidence to say so. And I don't know if we're there yet. We'll have to see. That's why I'm saying, Candace, if you know something, or Harrison Smith, who told you this? Are they going to speak out? Are they going to say something? Do they know something more? Because as far as I know, there's not enough to claim they did it.
How Israel's committing genocide, how Israel, and that's a word, Noam, I don't use in that piece. So Israel's committing genocide. They're talking about how Israel, the United States is now basically going too far down the road of what Israel wants as opposed to what America first should actually be. And so my point is, so what you are seeing is you are seeing the erosion of the moral case for Israel, not just in the normal places
Hellhammer
we're
Fan
used to
2000
seeing
sent $5
things like
on
that,
Rumble.
but it's now
we need
happening.
to start organizations with our own go.
We heard that one. Thank you. Did you mean to do it twice, or is it glitching on me?
In places that are really central to Israel's future support. And that's the wake-up call that I think really, that's the...
Wow. So Charlie Kirk, they were worried about Charlie Kirk turning and losing the support of the youth that they desperately need?
That's the wake-up call.
Wake-up call.
That I think really, that's the bell that needs to be rung.
All right. So obviously I'm aware of all the...
Remember this lady also said Charlie Kirk was saying anti-Semitic things and it should not be tolerated?
We are seeing the 1930s return again in the United States of America. And we have to speak out against these people that are pushing this isolationist viewpoint, this anti-Israel, it's anti-Semitic position.
So this is what you're saying, while many are focusing on the protests, for example, or the anti-Semitism, which is more the radical left or the radical Islam, of course, you're saying that this radical right, this woke right, is dangerous?
Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, look at the things that they are saying. There's even people have started to raise concern about Charlie Kirk. He's made some isolationist comments about, supporting Israel as well. We have to be very careful. We cannot tolerate, as American citizens, even within the Republican, the Conservative Party.
We cannot tolerate Charlie Kirk being isolationist?
We can't tolerate these people. We've seen what's happened with the Democrat Party. We are seeing the 1930s return again in the...
Remember this one too? This one that I saw? Look at this. October 2023. Charlie says, for the last 4 years, I've been accused of being a Jewish shill. So this is new because they were calling him anti-Semitic. Some Substack. How Jews can fight anti-Semitism. Oh, this is his Netanyahu, Dennis Prager, Pinchas, Elizabeth, all of these Zionist Jews at his Turning Point conference, but they're calling him, you get your TPUSA Israel kit. Order now. Orthodox millennial model heads the drive to poach Jewish Democrats for Trump at TPUSA. If Charlie Kirk, look at this, Benjamin Domenech, some Fox News Jewish contributor. If Charlie Kirk remains the head of TPUSA, the right has an anti-Semite problem that will follow them into the coming elections. This was October 2023. Okay, now let's do this video. This is the guy.
Just on September...
George Zinn. He was the one that was saying, like, shoot me, shoot me. They're calling him a patsy, although I don't know if that's more like a distraction or a diversion, I would think. Although it's not like this guy helped the other guy get away. They didn't need this guy there. What are the odds that he's in a 9/11 propaganda video? Yeah, people are calling him a Mossad actor. The distractor. Yeah, they're calling him a patsy. That's not the right word. It would be like a synonym distraction, if anything.
It was an interesting time when I went to, I was in Denver just on September 10th, 2001, and I'm a huge Broncos fan, so it was the opening night of Denver Broncos Stadium. I went down there, and we were playing the Giants that night. And so it was a huge event for us. I even remembered everything that happened. We opened the stadium on September 10th, 2001. And so, we won the Giants, which was good.
Oh, my God. We don't care about your Giants story.
Ed McCaffrey actually got hurt that night on
my favorite football player got hurt.
Ending injury.
The guy spurgs out wherever he shows up, allegedly. I think I was on the space, and Sam Parker, who's from Utah, a Mormon from Utah, said he's seen this guy before.
And so I'm ready to go.
He's mentally ill.
On September 11th, early that morning. and go back to Salt Lake City. And they said, come down, look in the lobby. Something's happening here. They said there's a plane that's headed towards one of the towers in New York City. And we're just glued. Everybody in the lobby is just going, wow, this is pilot error. What's going on here? You know, it was very confusing. And we see that plane go in, and we just think, wow, you know. And then I think it was, what, a 9/12 or something like that, that second plane hit that tower. Immediately,
this is the worst video.
In that hotel lobby, there was everybody was on cell phones. People had friends, family, everybody they knew in New York, and we just said, oh, you know, that's got to be something. That's terrorist attack or something like that. We were quite sure. We thought that because there'd been attacked like several years earlier.
Oh my God, I cannot handle this anymore.
The entire 41.
So he was at 9/11. He was in New York on 9/11, and he said he knew Al Qaeda was responsible. Maybe because they were signaling that all over the news. Okay. Uh-oh. We're still going. We're doing marathon stream. We're hitting 4 hours now. I got a few more recent things before we wrap it up. Like Trump and Stephen Miller confirm they will be cracking down on radical leftist NGOs.
Break off cement. Yeah, so I believe what you're referring to is there are these nonprofit entities that organize, as the president mentioned, attacks on ICE officers, attacks on Border Patrol agents, organized doxing campaigns, which are a violation of federal law. They break off cement and they bring into riots. They have organized drop points for weapons, organized drop points for gas masks, organized drop points for all the materials necessary to launch a riot. Of course, you saw that during the Black Lives Matter riots as well, too. So there's this whole network of organizations. And I think the key point the president's been making is somebody is paying for all of this. This is not happening for free. And so under the president's direction, the attorney general is going to find out who is paying for it, and they will now be criminally liable for paying for violence. Yeah, so I believe what you're referring to is there are these nonprofit entities.
Bannon says Marco Rubio's in Israel right now, and they're still pushing for regime change in Iran.
Bolsonaro's
That's what I've been saying. It's not
Rubio's
over.
in the middle in Israel right now, and trust me, my sources are impeccable. They're still pushing regime change in Iran. Yep. Don't think you added this one by a long shot. Bolsonaro's going to prison for 27 years. 27 years. Le Pen, they want her in prison. See pattern recognition here? You got Rubio's in the middle in Israel right now.
Milo's coming out of retirement. Is he really in retirement, though? Tonight's vigil for Charlie Kirk at Huntington Beach. We're going to look at some of the vigils that are happening today or that happened over the weekend. Huntington Beach. Whole lot of people. Charlie Kirk prayer vigil at Kennedy Center has hit capacity. 85 members of Congress are there. Trump administration officials. People are struggling to find
over 80.
Oh my God, that's loud.
In that big, beautiful White House that care about Charlie Kirk, don't we? President Donald J. Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance.
Hellhammer Fan 2000 sent $5 on Rumble. I donated twice. I don't mind though. Keep going. Hail victory.
Thank you, Hellhammer.
Charlie Kirk, just like you love Charlie Kirk. We have over 85 members of Congress here tonight to honor Charlie Kirk. We have national conservative leaders that have flown in on a moment's notice just to be a part of this and to honor the life and legacy and the impact of Charlie Kirk. In that big, beautiful White House that care.
Charlie Kirk's death radicalized America. Christ is King. The revolution is here.
Right now, there is a new boldness that is coming on the church. This is going to be the new norm across America. High praise.
The new norm across America. Zoom, enhance. This is what we're getting.
Cosmic Alejandro sent $50 on Rumble.
50.
Thanks
Thank
for
you.
the marathon, Adam.
Alejandro. Thank you, buddy. Look at this. Guys, we're so bold now. We're totally going to win. All the white America's waking up. Zoom enhance. Hiding in the shadows behind. Told you guys. This is what we're getting. So bold.
Right now, there is a new boldness that is coming on the church.
We're going to be Zog slaves 10 times harder now. Just like Charlie. Live like Charlie. Shabbos goy like Charlie. This is where we're going.
This is going to be the new norm across America. High praise. The name of Jesus above our nation.
Jesus. Gotta love that imagery. Jesus right next to the Israeli flag.
Jesus. Come on, it's revival.
Christian revival.
King
Zionist
of
revival
556
time.
sent $5 on Rumble. Feeling the march towards doomsday vibe again. Felt like it had settled down slightly before Kirk died.
Oh no. Only getting started. Jesus. You haven't seen nothing yet.
Jesus. Jesus. Right now.
Jesus saved. Did he save Charlie? He didn't save Charlie, but God didn't save Charlie. You know, the angel protected Trump and blew the bullet out of the way and into the firefighter. Saved Trump's life. Jesus saves, but they didn't save Charlie. Oh, we're all going to be saved because he sacrificed Charlie? Is that what we're supposed to believe? Look at this guy, too. What is this guy?
There is a new boldness.
New Israeli boldness. What is this? Andrew Torba says, wow.
Bottom of what, in fact, the phone call and didn't give it the proper context. He held up the letter and didn't give it the proper context. And lies by severe omission, I'd like to be very clear, are lies. Lies by severe omission are lies. You're not going to gaslight us and tell us to shut up or call us anti-Semitic for pointing out the fact that Charlie was having a change of heart about the tactics that Israel was using in America, and that he felt when he had left that meeting that he had effectively been blackmailed. Again, my platform is yours.
Whoa. There we go. I was just asking for answers, what she knew. Charlie left a meeting with Netanyahu and felt blackmailed? Well, they owned him. They made him and they owned him.
He felt when he had left that meeting that he had effectively been blackmailed. Again, my platform is yours, Seth Dillon. My platform is yours, Bill Ackman. So if you want to clarify it, we can do it in front of millions, okay? And I think that that's what people deserve because everyone has PTSD. We watched Charlie get shot in the throat. That feels a little bit symbolic. It feels like they wanted us to know that his voice was problematic. Again, I don't know who they is. After we take this brief break, we're going to go through the investigation, which seems to have a lot of inconsistencies and holes in it. And
like
definitely
what?
Not yet at the bottom.
Hold on. What inconsistencies and holes is in the story? Serious question.
What, in fact, took place. But I do know that I severely distrust people.
Immortal Al sent $5. All of this continue to prove Adam's work.
It continues to show that they're promoting Christianity to control everybody through religion. That's what it shows. That's the vindication.
To misrepresent things. And it's not a good sign when somebody has to ask you, as Greta Van Susteren asked Bibi Netanyahu in his secondary hit regarding Charlie Kirk's assassination. It's not a good sign if somebody even has to ask if you did have anything to do with the assassination. Yeah. Doesn't make you a great person, okay? And that's what she asked him. Take a listen.
And it just goes to show, too, if so many people are that anti-Israel that's going to be a question. Thousands gather to honor Charlie at San Clemente outlets at the mall in Southern California. I think I've been there before. They're at the mall on a parking structure. It looks like they're going to break it. Nice little drone shot there. Let's see here. This is the revival of the youth.
Don't be afraid to share your faith. We have the key to life. Guys, I truly believe that revival is about to break out in the young generation. Jesus is moving through the streets. He's moving through the hearts of the young believers, and we want to share a Bible verse with you guys.
Isaiah 6:8 says, "Then I heard the voice of the Lord asking, who will I send? Who will go for us? I said, here I am, send me."
Guys, we need to be able to say...
Dude, Charlie's going to do more harm in his death than he did when he was alive of keeping everybody on the Zog plantation.
Here I am, send me. Go forth to your school. Go to the cafeteria. Go to the bus. Go everywhere where you go, in the locker room, everywhere, and be the light of Christ. We need to be able to say, send me, Jesus. Humble ourselves and really be bold about our faith and tell everybody about the name of Jesus. The Bible says that the truth will set you free.
Tell everybody about Rabbi Yeshua.
So we have the truth. This is the living and active word right here.
The Jews wrote the truth.
Don't be afraid to share your faith. We have the key to life, and it's Jesus Christ.
Amen, guys. We have the key to eternal life, like what Till just said. Go be bold. Go share the gospel. Do not be ashamed of the gospel, because, you know, this is the thing that sets you free. This book right here will give you peace, joy, hope, kindness, faithfulness, fulfillment. None of the things of the world will fulfill you. So let's go tell people about Jesus. Tell all the nations. Spread the gospel to everyone. Guys, be courageous for Jesus. He died on the cross a brutal death for you. So stand up for what you believe in and what the word says, because this is eternal life. This is the truth, and this is what will set you free, like Till said. So go be bold in your school this week. Go be bold in your job, and go be bold in the world. Jesus died for you, and he loves you so much.
Guys, this generation is being raised up like an army for Jesus Christ.
They all have, how do these guys have the same exact poofy haircut in the front? Do I need to, can I get the young Zoomer look? Hold on. I need the poof to preach Jesus.
Yo, guys, preach Jesus, support Israel.
And we want to hear in the back.
Rabbi
Let's go.
Yeshua. Say his name, Rabbi Yeshua.
Let's go. Let's go, guys. We love you so much. Love you guys.
I need a hairdryer.
Yo, let's preach Jesus, man. You ever gone to church on weed, man? Yo, man. Have you heard the good news, man?
Charlie Kirk. Oh my God, can't see. Charlie Kirk Memorial Display in Colorado burned to the ground.
Spent time
What happened to Charlie was unspeakable. You know, everyone is destroyed over this.
So Michael and his family created a memorial along their fence to honor the slain CEO of Turning Point USA. But late Saturday night, vandals lit the display up.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, hey guys, I'm 16 years old. I haven't graduated high school yet, but let me tell you about the truth of Jesus. You want to have your soul saved? Let me tell you about this book the Jews wrote. Hey, you want to be free? Be a slave to Yahweh and Moshiach.
On fire.
When they burnt that fence, that fire could have went into that house and it could have really harmed somebody.
It's the rhetoric. It's what people are being fed. There's so much hate in this world, and we need to stop.
The vandals also broke the back window of the family's SUV. Neighbors have rushed to provide them with support.
I saw the damage that had done to my friend.
Dude, these people want blood. They're sick.
And it ruined me.
When we quit communicating with
Dude, as much anger and seething I'm having for these psychopathic trans leftists, I can only imagine everybody else has the same feelings, and it's just going to corral people right into the arms of Jewish Jesus. And now they're going to vilify and demonize us for exposing Judaism and Christianity.
Each other. When we stopped the dialogue and we didn't, then we just dehumanize each other.
The family spent time repainting the memorial. Now they send this message to all in the community, regardless of anyone's political affiliation.
What happened to Charlie was unspeakable.
Kash Patel confirms Charlie Kirk's assassin had a text exchange with another individual stating he had the opportunity to take out Charlie and that he was going to do it.
Believe in this. His family has collectively told investigators that he subscribed to left-wing ideology, and even more so in these last couple of years. And he had a text message exchange, he the suspect, with another individual, in which he claimed that he had an opportunity to take out Charlie Kirk and he was going to do it, because of his hatred for what Charlie stood for. Those are factually accurate investigatory findings by the FBI that we've handed over to the local authorities and the federal authorities to make their prosecutorial decisions. But I believe in this instance of such...
20 woman 22 cent $20 on Rumble. Wear your hair like that during beach interviews.
Oh, I can't see. Do my hair like this?
You ever seen the Lord on weed, man? Hey, man, I haven't graduated high school. Let me tell you about the Lord. Hey, man, you want to go to heaven?
Thank you.
Public importance. The public has a right to know.
Woman.
And I've told you I'm committed to transparency, and that's what I'm doing here today.
Why didn't that person that he was talking to,
woman.
Didn't that person say something?
Our investigation is ongoing. That's a great question.
Because they wanted it.
And we don't have an answer on that just yet. His family has collectively told investigators that he subscribed to left-wing ideology, and even more so in these last couple of years.
So is the whole family, all the friends and family, everybody in the chat group, they're all in on it? They're all Mossad? Is that what the people that are saying? They know it? Because that would have to be the conspiracy. Vrilzer says 4 hours in and Adam is starting to let his hair down. Yeah.
Kino 556 sent $5 on Rumble. It would be funny if you dressed like a rabbi during her beach interviews.
That'll get me in trouble. I'll dress like Rabbi Jesus. I already have the costume, and I'll be Rabbi Jesus. Will that work? I'll be Rabbi Jesus with a cross necklace carrying a Bible. And then all these Christians will call for me to call me a domestic terrorist because I'm anti-Yahweh. Because they don't believe in Jewish fairy tales. Bill Ackman hammered Charlie Kirk doing an intervention in August last month in the Hamptons for platform critics of Israel. The latest from Blumenthal. Let's see this.
Talking to me. Following my September 12th report, which provided background about the mounting pressure that Charlie Kirk was under from pro-Israel forces, from Netanyahu's cutouts in the United States, I gathered more details. The piece, it hit like a sledgehammer. It really caused a lot of, I think it spoke for a lot of people, particularly within the conservative movement, which is changing among the youth on the question of Israel. And more people started coming out, and more people started talking, and people were talking to me. And these were people who had knowledge of a tumultuous, stormy meeting held in the Hamptons during the first week of August, convened, according to multiple sources, with knowledge of this meeting, intimate knowledge of this meeting, by the billionaire ultra-Zionist financier Bill Ackman, who's close to Netanyahu and his kind of network in the United States. Charlie Kirk was summoned along with an array of young, sort of vapid, very avaricious conservative influencers who seem to be sort of in Israel's back pocket to set a very pro-Israel tone for this meeting. And Charlie Kirk was, according to one source, hammered by Ackman and others for allowing Israel critics, very prominent conservative voices like Megyn Kelly, Tucker Carlson, or the anti-Zionist Jewish comedian Dave Smith to appear at his events. And actually, Charlie Kirk was planning to host many of these same figures again in December, and he had just added to his TPUSA major, I think it's called America Fest in December, the premier critic of Israel in Congress. I didn't say Republican critic, I just said premier critic, because that's what she is now, Marjorie Taylor Greene, which really reflected his shifting views. And Ackman, according to multiple sources, had this meeting to basically bully Charlie Kirk into submission. Charlie Kirk walked away, according to one person, feeling like there was an attempt to blackmail him. He refused any offers of funding and also refused the offer to travel to Israel and meet with Netanyahu, which Netanyahu disclosed in the immediate wake of Netanyahu's death. He talked about this letter, but he didn't say whether Charlie Kirk refused or accepted. I've learned since that he refused.
Whoa. All right. If we keep seeing more stuff like this, I'm going to have to put the tinfoil hat back on, maybe. It is looking very suspicious. Oh, look, here's the confirmation, too. What I've learned from people with knowledge of Ackman's private meeting with Charlie Kirk last month is this tweet in a very different light. He said, "I feel incredibly privileged to have spent a day and shared a meal with Charlie Kirk this summer. He was a giant of a man." And now we know about how that meeting actually went. Tucker confirmed it too. Interesting. I know. It is looking sus. I agree. Just because it's looking sus, though, doesn't mean you can say definitively it was them. But if we keep seeing more stuff come out like that, I may start to wonder a whole lot more. It's not finally I started to get it. I was already saying I see who would benefit from this. I'm seeing how they're using this. I see the risk if Charlie were to turn against him. And even after that meeting, we saw in some of the most recent interviews, Charlie was still, he was on with Ben Shapiro. Chat says, maybe he is in Valhalla. Yeah, I don't know. Your Judar was going off day one. Yeah, I know a lot of people were, which I think it actually, if it really was a conspiracy, it's doing a disservice to say it right away.
Sent $13 on Rumble. I've had supposed Odin worshippers tell me we should side with the Christians and press the advantage. Some of us want to win. Maybe you don't press the advantage? I said press what advantage?
I'm confused. Press advantage? What does that mean?
Glubwob sent $10. Christianity acts like a cultural and moral lifeboat during chaotic times. When the spirit is tested, religious dogma entices the morally devoid. A new moral code is needed. One based in reality.
I agree. We need reality. We need non-Bible morals.
Kino 556 sent $5 on Rumble. Did you see Kash Patel saying see you in Valhalla when remembering Charlie Kirk?
Yeah, I did see that. I love that. Made the Christians so mad. Base Kash Patel on the Valhalla reference. Well, guys, 4 hour and 21 minute stream. Huge stream today. Huge support. We smashed the goal. Thank you all so much for the support.
Yes!
Wouldn't be able to do it without you.
Thanks, man. Thank you.
You are awesome. I love you all. Let me know what you think in the comments below. I will be back tomorrow covering the latest and working on my book. NoMoreNews.org. There's still like very few t-shirts left if you want to get them before they're gone, and I'm going to do a new order again very soon. I'm going to do a green shirt this time. And we will continue following the Charlie Kirk conspiracy, the controversy, the scandal, the propaganda surrounding all of it. And it is being used to their advantage very clearly to get everybody back into Christian Zionist revival mode. Jack Stone says, imagine if it does officially come out that Israel did it, or even if it's not official, but it just really, really looks like they did and everybody believes it. That is going to cause more nations turning against Israel fulfillment for sure. Thank you, Big Mama. Wants a green shirt. All right, guys. I can't believe I haven't gone to the bathroom once for 4 hours. I must be dehydrated. I'm going to head to the gym, go hang out with the kiddos. You guys have a nice night, and I will see you tomorrow. Oh, Bifurcatio.
Bifurcatia sent $5 on Rumble. Yeah. Maybe the Charlie Kirk story will blow up out of nothing like the Jesus story did 2,000 years ago.
I was already saying right away that just like JFK is still a conspiracy people are talking about today, 50 years later, I think it's going to be the same thing. If we're around in decades from now, there's still going to be Charlie Kirk truthers saying Mossad took him out. If anything happens to me, we're blaming Mossad, by the way. Let me put that on the record. If anything happens to me, it was definitely Mossad. Anyway, you guys have a nice night, and I will see you guys tomorrow. Take care.